Board Member Durham.
Here.
Board Member Flores. Board Member Flores.
Here.
Board Member Goff.
Here.
Board Member McClellan.
Here.
Board Member Rankin.
Here.
Board Member Shuffle.
Here.
Board Member Schroeder.
Here. Thank you. Do I have a motion, please, to approve the agenda?
I move to approve the agenda as published. Joyce Rankin.
Thank you. It's a proper motion. Mr.
Second.
Durham, I think your microphone's off.
Second.
Okay. Any other comments? Let me go down the line. Ms. Rankin, do you have any comments to make about the agenda?
I was going to pull a couple. Is that what you'd like me?
Not the consent agenda. We're not quite there yet. We're just on the main agenda.
Okay, I have some questions, but nothing I want to talk about now, I think, as we go through it.
Okay. Board Member Flores?
No.
Thank you. Board Member Goff?
Not at this time, thank you.
Great. Board Member Shuffle?
No, thank you.
Board Member McClellan?
None from me. No.
Okay. And Board Member Durham?
No.
Great. Thank you. Are there any objections? Okay, that should pass unanimously. So the next item we have before the consent agenda is an information item. This is about the presentation on statewide waivers. The item is on our consent agenda, but I thought perhaps you would want to have some more information from staff. Commissioner, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you all. I believe I am turning this over to Ms. Tolleson to give us a little bit of a discussion on those waivers.
Indeed, you are. Good morning, members of the board. It is so good to see faces and hear voices and all of that with you all. A lot of water under the bridge since we were all together in March. Just a very quick way of background. I mean, one of the reasons this is on consent is because the waivers we're asking you to approve are reasonably routine, and that's normally where you do that, but it's an unusual posture. As you might imagine, that when the state of emergency was declared by the governor, it left, and the school closure went into place, it left schools and districts scrambling to deal with many of the obligations in Title 22 and in board rule that became fairly impossible to do. Some of the early executive orders from the governor lifted those, things like the statewide assessment being the most obvious and early one. But one of the things we realized is that the board could use its waiver authority and provide significant relief, because you all have substantial authority in that arena. But the problem is to grant a waiver to a school district or a charter school. Normally you're dealing with an application that involves certain stakeholder processes before they're submitted, publication in periodicals and all of that. So the goal was to make it more nimble. And so the governor, in an executive order last month, suspended just those procedural requirements, those hoops that a district or charter school would have to go through to obtain that relief from you all. So since those procedural parts of granting a waiver have been lifted, I and Melissa Bloom, I think, is prepared to talk to staff, had reached out to stakeholders and districts to find out where are the areas where we need some short-term relief based on things that are just impossible to do in the wake of the COVID emergency. So you all can do that. The proposal and consistent with the governor's order that those would be temporary. Would be talking about something lifted maybe for the remainder of the 1920 school year to provide some relief, or otherwise. So with that, do you all have any questions about sort of the general legal idea of what we're here to do? Board Member Schroeder, I think you're muted.
Me, thank you. Board Member Rankin, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. Julie, I have a question about the State Board of Education being separate from the governor's other departments and approving something that's temporary, but we have no idea how temporary, and do we have control over that? The legalities of some of this have been questionable to me ever since the beginning. So I'd like a little bit of input on your part on that, the legalities. Thank you.
Sure. No question, Board Member Rankin. It's an astute observation that the State Board of Education is different than what you would think of in terms of the principal departments that are directly within the governor's chain of command. But this isn't so much about the governor's chain of command in terms of the organization of state government. He has, under state law, there's a specific aspect of his emergency powers that says when we're dealing with a state of emergency, he can suspend certain statutory requirements that if those requirements are creating an impediment in responding to the emergency. So here, rather than having the governor get into sort of the meat and substance of what you all do, meaning make decisions around your oversight of public schools in Colorado generally, as we just said, give us some relief from those procedural prerequisites, and then the board, the State Board of Education, will make the substantive decisions. In terms of how temporary the relief would be, it's really up to you. The board agenda items that have been submitted for these particular waivers have time-limited language in them. I think most typically here it's been just thinking in the short term, providing the kind of relief that'll help schools and districts not have been out of some legal compliance as they wind up this semester. It could be that going into the fall, if we're still in a situation of remote learning, whether we'd be seeing waiver applications come in sort of the normal fashion that you're used to looking at. So does that help?
Yeah, yes, it does to a degree, but again, we're in uncertainty. And then when the fall comes around, I just wonder if there is a red flag, if we can step in, if we can give our opinion, if we can represent our districts, and if they are having difficulty, we can bring that to the forefront and possibly not challenge, but that's not the right word, but let people know that our concern is such that I don't know how long this executive order, can go on, but I know that there is some talk about it right now, and I want to make it wide open for us to be able to question further on down the line if we feel necessary.
Absolutely. As state elected officials, you all don't lose any of that status.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Flores, do you have any questions about this item?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Goff.
No questions, thanks.
Thank you. Board Member Schaffel?
No, I understand. Thank you for the clarification.
Sure. Board Member McClellan?
No question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Durham?
No, thank you.
All right. So then we'll go on to the next item, please. Do I have a motion for the consent agenda?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I don't know if the board members will need it, but I believe Melissa Bloom is prepared to at least identify the specific 2 or 3 areas where the board would be voting on waivers today, just to flag for you what those are.
Okay, that might be good, just in case someone has some more questions about that. Ms.
Sure.
Bloom, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairwoman Schroeder. So just, and these are identified in board docs and the agenda as well, but the first 3 waivers that we have brought to you have to do with gifted education under 1 CCR 3018. The first 2 would suspend the timeline requirements that are associated with identification and early access with gifted ed because those timelines aren't going to be easily met by districts because they often require in-person assessment. And with the suspension of in-person instruction, meeting those timelines with in-person assessments would be challenging for schools and districts. The last gifted education piece has to do with the universal screening grant funds. Rule states that those funds must be spent within the fiscal year ending June 30th. So suspending this provision for this school year would allow districts to roll over those grant funds past the June 30th deadline. This is in line with other grants that the department, other guidance on grants that the department has given out. This is just the only place in rule where we have that June 30th deadline. So again, getting back to kind of that legal compliance issue. And then the final waiver would be in 1 CCR 30178 concerning counting of student attendance. There's a requirement that has districts record student attendance twice a day. So we would be suspending this requirement for the 2019-20 school year based on the executive order and the commissioner's guidance regarding counting attendance for the remainder of this school year. So again, these are just more procedural in nature where we found those elements in state board rule where if we weren't able to suspend them, schools and districts might be out of compliance just based on the current framework given the suspension of in-person.
Great. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Are we ready to go on to the next item, please?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Chair, this is Joyce. I have a question.
Please, go ahead.
On 5.01 and the others, I would like to ask Melissa, when we say extend, within that proposal for that waiver, do they define what the extend is, or is it extend indefinitely, or is it extend for the year? Is there a definition within that change as to what it's going to be?
So thank you, Madam Chair and Board Member Rankin. I believe the language in the waiver is the suspension for the remainder of the 2019-20 school year. So from the time we suspended in-person, the executive order suspended in-person instruction through the remainder of the 2019-20 school year. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Any other questions? So may I have, go on to the consent agenda. May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Please.
So moved.
Thank you. A second?
Second.
Thank you. And I'll go down the line to see if there are any items that board members would like to have pulled from consent. Board Member Rankin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had several items that I was going to pull that I don't need to pull at this time because it's been answered. But if it should come up, if it comes up at all, it's in executive session under that umbrella. So I'm sure we can continue if other people have that or have similar concerns. I do have one about the mentor teachers, and that is 5.25, 26, 27, skip 28, 29, 5.30, and 5.31. Wanted to discuss that actual mentor teacher situation.
So these are requests by ed prep programs to provide an endorsement for the mentor teacher, which was created last year in legislation.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you want to have a discussion about that now, or do you want us to move that to not vote on those? Is there?
You know, I could have the discussion now.
Okay.
That would be fine with me. It's just some specific questions about what this is.
Okay. Commissioner, do we have staff to help us with the mentor programs?
Thank you. I believe Miss O'Neill is on the phone. I'm hoping. We may need to go back to that later.
Excuse me, this is Val Flores, and I just wanted to ask about the on the same issue with the mentor teachers. It's the PEBC, and whether this organization is not a university. Do they really have the authority to mentor teachers?
They have an alternative preparation program, and that's what these relate to preparation programs.
Yeah, but this is not a university or.
It's an alternative prep program.
Oh,
They prepare teachers.
Thank you, Board Member Schroeder. It looks like Ms. O'Neill is on the phone and she's unmuted, so we'll let her take it from here.
We're going to try unmute, so give me a thumbs up if you can hear me.
Thumbs up.
Okay, beautiful. So this is how we start every single conference call. Can you hear me? So thank you, Director Rankin. I'm more than happy to answer your questions. Board Chair Schroeder, I think you just answered Val Flores' question as well. So Board Member Rankin, please ask away and I'll do my best to answer.
Okay, it's my understanding that a teacher gets that endorsement by going back to college to get an extra course or courses. Is this something a teacher prep can continue on and have their teacher license and an endorsement at the same time?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So you are correct. This is an added endorsement. So it's not a standalone endorsement, which means that you will not have just a mentor license. It's an added endorsement. So you'll have a license first, and then this would be something you go back to the educator preparation program to learn about coaching and deep development. And then it would be an added endorsement on top of your license.
So basically, in the old school that I went to, if a teacher was the lead teacher in a grade level, you always knew who that one was because they had more students in their classroom. And their parents put the kids in that classroom. And I'm just thinking how a teacher can have an endorsement of a mentor teacher without being out in the field, you know, a few years or even 2 years to prove that they have that qualification proven in what they are teaching, rather than, oh yeah, I have an endorsement. That doesn't tell me how you get where I'm going with this.
I do. I absolutely do. And thank you for bringing that up. This added endorsement is by statute from legislation that happened last year. And one of the interesting things about this added endorsement is that you have to have at least 1 year of experience in mentoring a student teacher before you even can qualify to get into a mentor program to add the endorsement. So you, at a bare minimum, you have to have that 1 year of experience. Our probationary teachers don't usually, these are local decisions of our districts. There's nothing that prohibits it, but our probationary teachers, so those teachers in their first, second, or third year, usually aren't mentors to student teachers. And so what we're really looking at is more veteran teachers who have become mentors to student teachers or induction programs, and then they have to have at least 1 year of experience, demonstrated experience in mentoring student teachers or mentoring induction. And it has to be a successful year before they can really move forward to get that added endorsement for the mentor teacher. Does that help answer that?
Who determines the successful year?
Local decision making. That really sits at the local district and the principals or the supervisors to ensure kind of what you said, where every teacher knows who that lead teacher kind of is. So your local decision making and your evaluators, whoever that may be, whether it's your principal, assistant principal, a national board teacher, somebody along that line.
So if a teacher was experienced, let's say 10 years, and they wanted that endorsement, could their experience get them that endorsement through the college, or do they have to go back and take some courses in that?
It's dual. It's a 2-lane path. So you would have to have the experience, and then you also have to go in and complete some coursework.
Thank you. You've answered my questions. I appreciate that.
Great. Excellent. Thank you.
So Board Member Rankin, was there anything you wanted to pull from the consent agenda for
Yes.
us to not vote on at
Well,
this time?
No.
Thank you. Board Member Flores, was there anything you wanted to remove from the consent agenda? Board Member Flores?
Board Member Flores, you might have to hit *6 because you're muted.
I'll go back to her. Board Member Goff, was there anything you wanted to pull from the consent agenda?
No, I don't want to pull anything. I would have an interest in asking Mr. Cottonsteady a question at some point. I don't know that it needs to be done before we vote on the consent agenda, though.
Might be a good time if it's a quick question. Otherwise, we need to add something to the agenda, Ms. Goff.
Okay, I do think it's quick, but we'll see.
Commissioner, can we find Mr. Cottonsteady?
Sure, go ahead and ask your question, and I think he's listening at least. He can text me the answer if he's not on, but...
Hi everyone, I'm here.
Oh,
Good.
wonderful,
I
thank
think
you.
the word you were going to use was lurking.
Great. General question, Bill. Looking at the charter school waiver requests, I think I know the answer to it, but are any of the non-automatic waivers that were listed from overall, are any of them brand new? And I think a part B to that would be, are any of them possibly impacted over the long term because of situation we're in right now? I tried to digest it all, thinking, what if in a unknown set of circumstances coming up over the next year or so, would there be any of those waivers that would be impacted one way or the other by the fact that we're not with in-person instruction currently, or we may not be, we may be part of the time? Just a general impression from you if any of those things would be maybe coming back for discussion within the term of the contract that they're looking at.
Great, thanks. So one is, I will say that I did not see any waivers that were being requested that have not been previously approved by the board. As a practice with all the schools, we will differentiate at the contract level if the waivers, any statutes are being requested for the first time by the school. So there were a couple that were requested for the first time by individual schools, but those waivers, those statutes have been previously granted by the board. In terms of what has been proposed, if a waiver is granted, that would provide the school with flexibility. So if the school is operating under more special circumstances this year, I don't anticipate that they would need to modify any of the waivers that have been requested. However, it is possible that a school may find a need for a waiver that hasn't been requested. And if that were the case, they would have to make that request first with their authorizer, revise their contract, and then that request would have to come to the state board.
Okay, and just to wrap that up, so the same thing would apply. There was at least one of the schools asking for maybe 2 waivers is a brand new school that's opening.
Yeah, so that school was somewhat unique. It is a school that was operating a high school, middle school program, so like a 6-12, and they are in the process of an expansion to K-12. And so they identified 2 waivers that they needed that were specific to elementary school. And so that's what was requested at this time.
Okay, I thank you for the confirmation of where my head finally landed on all of that. I just thought in these unique times, we're all getting used to the idea of it may not stay this way from day to day. So as long as there are some avenues for these schools to address the circumstances as they pop up, that's reassuring. Thank you.
Terrific. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I had a question regarding budget that impacts charters, and this may not be the time to ask it.
No, I
Can
was
you-
just getting ready to get to you. You're next.
Okay.
So
Okay.
please go ahead, Board Member Scheffel.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Cottonsetti, can you just speak to how this budget, how are they going to determine the budget for next year? Is it based on last year's count? And how does that impact charters that are growing at this point? And if you're basing it on if they're basing it on last year's count, it may disadvantage charters. Just wonder if you could speak to that. You may not be able to, but I want to ask that budget question.
So to my knowledge, I don't believe there has been any type of budget process established for next year. That would be different. So I don't have any information to offer on that.
So maybe as we talk more about the budget especially in the June meeting, we might talk about how districts are estimating their enrollment, districts and then charter schools as well. Because I'm not sure the process is always that it's whatever it was last year. I think there's an estimate. And schools may grow whether they're charter schools or not charter schools. So I'm not sure about that, but we could add that maybe, Commissioner, when we talk about all this in June. So we get some sense of what districts have been going through in estimating their budget for next year. It's pretty complex, as I recall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, right now, the same budgeting procedures are in place, which is we have an October count, and that happens every year. And so nothing has been changed on that so far. I will say, and Board Member Scheffel, you're probably hearing some of this, there has been some questions coming up in the field about whether that should change. And so, there's probably a little bit of buzz out there about, should the October count process change? Should the legislature look at that? Because that's actually partially in their boat. We have some rules around it, but our rules really relate to the timeline. And so I think that's probably where you're hearing that, but we will keep you up to date. And obviously, if this does come up as something that might change, we would want you to weigh in on what your approach, where you might land on what approach you might think would be best.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Board Member Scheffel, were there any items you wanted to pull from the consent agenda?
No, thank you.
Great, thank you. Board Member McClellan?
Nothing from me right now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure. Board Member Durham?
Thank you. I just have a question for Dr. O'Neill regarding the consent agenda. And that question is for an item that has an administrative hearing or has us referring an issue to hearing, and the individual may still be employed. It does not affect the ability of the district to continue that employment. Is that a correct assumption on my part?
Yes. Thank you very much for that question. That's a good clarification. You are correct. It does not necessarily affect their employment because no action has been formally taken by the board. So a district may choose to continue to employ them until the board takes a final action. So it's just being referred to continue exploration by the administrative law judge.
Okay, I think I would like to pull then 5.10, 5.11, and 5.13 and discuss it just a little bit in executive session.
Say it again, please.
5.10, 5.11, and 5.13. And I apologize for the late notice on that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Did Board Member Flores get back on? Board Member Flores?
We're still having some technical issues with Board Member Flores. So we're trying to get a hold of her.
Okay, and we don't know whether she wanted to pull anything from the consent agenda?
She did
Ms.
not
Maramba?
inform me if she was pulling
I'm
anything.
here.
Well, there you are.
I didn't want to pull anything.
Thank you very much, Board Member Flores. I appreciate it.
Madam Chair,
Board Member Rankin?
I did misspeak earlier, 5.14.
You're adding 5.14?
Yes, that's right. Just for discussion in exec session. And I think I'd like to vote on that after, please.
Sure. Anything that we've pulled, we will vote on after exec session, which would be 5.10, 11, 13, and 14. Agreed, colleagues? So those items have been removed from the consent agenda by board members Durham and Rankin. Do I now have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Thank you. A second?
Second.
We'll discuss the removed items in exec session. Anyone opposed to the modified consent agenda? Great, thank you. It's approved.
As amended.
As amended, thank you. So the next item is the presentation from our office, our liaison office.
Okay.
Ms. Maramba?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for all joining us virtually. Just a quick couple of reminders that all documents for the board members and for the public are on board docs. Links to this can be found on the state board website. As mentioned earlier, we will not be taking live public comment for this meeting. Please contact us with any written comment you'd like for the state board to receive. For up-to-date information involving COVID-19 in Colorado, please visit covid19.colorado.gov. And for resources on COVID-19 and schools, please visit www.cde.state.co.us/safe-schools. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Maramba? I have one. As I try to answer a chat question, I am unable to type. Is there something that I should know?
I will have to call on our tech at our next break to look into that for you.
Oh, wait a minute. I just figured out what it is.
Oh,
I believe.
well then, great. I'm glad you're able to.
It's
manage.
my new computer.
Okay.
I got it. Figured out. Okay, thank you. Next item is the commissioner's report. Commissioner Anthus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you all. Thanks for everybody's patience as we navigate this new world we're in and doing board meetings remotely. My board update will be a little bit longer just because it is harder to stay in touch these days, and I appreciate all of the support you all have given us and the school systems over these last couple months. As you know, it has been incredibly busy. I wish I could say we were getting into a rhythm with the new normal, but it is still quite challenging. So we're not quite in a new rhythm yet. The days are long. The context changes moment to moment. And it is a challenge for us as well as our school districts, our superintendents, and our educators to keep up with all of the new information. You know, some of the challenges everyone, parents, schools, community members want answers, you know, now about how things are going to look, how summer school is going to look, how camps are going to look, how next year is going to look. And, you know, that can be challenging when we know that we need to look at some of the data that's coming in on the COVID-19 virus. So we are working furiously to have multiple plans for starting school next year, and considerations for our districts to think about as they work on summer school to try to bridge some learning gaps that may have occurred over the end of this current year. We're also, our districts are working very furiously with us too to think about what are all those different contingencies we have to plan for. And they're doing this in the midst of some challenging budget discussions, to say the least. So I did just want to kind of acknowledge that this is a challenging time for schools, for superintendents as they're putting plans in place, and for us as well as we're navigating all of these different pieces. Some of the main things we are working on, we will talk about those later today, but are budget issues. There are budget issues in obviously two main categories, which are our own state budget issues and all of the work the Joint Budget Committee is doing and the Office of State Planning and Budget is doing. We are asked, you know, many questions on a daily basis that have very quick turnaround times. You know, to try to get the factual information that the JBC and OSPB need on a moment-by-moment basis. That takes a lot of our time. We also know that that is changing rapidly. So we don't have final answers on that. The JBC met yesterday, they're meeting today. Jennifer Mello will talk a little bit about that process, but the timeline and the process and when they meet change quite frequently. So I apologize if I'm not able to give you the most up-to-date information. We're trying to keep up as much as we can. And sometimes I'm writing you an email, and by the time I'm done with the email, there's new information. So I'm trying to be thoughtful about when we need to engage you and when there's just a lot of back and forth that maybe you don't need to be engaged in all the back and forth. The other big piece we're working on is the federal dollars. There are multiple elements of federal money coming in. There's the CARES Act, which we work on, which is we're affectionately calling the ESSER, which is the Elementary and Secondary School Fund, and we are in charge of that. We're also working in partnership with the governor on his GEARS Act, which is the Governor's Education Emergency Fund. We also know that there are multiple grant programs that are being discussed. We don't have all the information on those. And we're also looking at other elements that we can engage in. For example, we know that literacy is a very important piece for you all and us. And so we've also actually applied for a literacy grant through the U.S. Department of Education as well, and we will update you on that soon. The other real priority we're focused on, in addition to the budget, is what we're sort of affectionately calling our restart guidance. And I sent you some information about this. This is in development. This is really being built. It changes on a moment-by-moment basis, but it's us trying to put a toolkit together for our school districts to think about all of those different contingencies they need to plan for as we work toward our goal of opening schools in August or September. So that is our goal. I know that that's a shared goal with our governor, but we also need to see how these next couple of months play out to understand sort of which option will be most, which options, there will probably be multiple options that districts will be using to start school in the fall. You know, we obviously, in that toolkit, the number one piece will be the health and safety of students, families, and communities. So we will be developing protocols, checklists for what are the guidelines that the Colorado Department of Public Health has outlined, and then how can our schools work within those guidelines to educate our students. And so we spend quite a few hours a day on the phone with our partners at the Colorado Department of Public Health, because as a reminder, under the state of emergency, they are the lead agency that makes decisions on health and safety. So we need to we're providing input, but we need to get their decision making in place, and then we can build off of that, because really, all of the different learning environments that will take place next year will need to be based on that health and safety guidance. And in some places it may be guidance, and in some places it may be requirements. I do know that our goal as a state is to have more knowledge about the virus and about where it is. So testing is important, so that maybe there are different flexibilities that different regions have, so that it is not a one-size-fits-all approach. That's the goal that we are moving toward, and we are hoping for, and that we are encouraging, because we know that the virus may look a lot different in a small rural community, and so maybe they have more freedom to open things up in a more in-person way. And so we want to make sure that there's those flexibilities. All of this creates an enormous challenge of planning, preparing, thinking about physical structures in schools. And so I do want to say that our superintendents and their teams are working incredibly hard to think this through, as is my team, to help provide some tools and guidance to take as much of the burden off of them as possible, while still allowing for flexibility. So we will be working on that. We are developing several feedback structures for that toolkit and guidance. It will be evolving. So that guidance, the toolkit that we will have done in 1 week will look very different than the toolkit we will have done in 3 weeks. Because as we get new data on the virus, and as we get more capability in testing, and as we get more understanding of what it looks like regionally, then we will be able to adjust that toolkit. So we're really talking about that toolkit as an always evolving document. It will never be done, sealed, and delivered. It will always be evolving. And so it will live on our website, and it will live, breathe, and evolve as the data adjusts and changes, and as we get more guidance and requirements, if necessary, from the Colorado Department of Public Health. We will be developing, as I said, feedback structures on this. A lot of our common feedback structures will happen, but we will also develop an advisory committee or board to help look at this and help sort of put all of this together. We want to figure out what the board's engagement is in that, so I'll be reaching out to you further on that piece. It's still really in development, and we're still thinking through some of those elements right now. In addition to that, that's really our focus. Those two areas are like what I spend the majority of my time on every day. We have also done an enormous amount of work in addition to that. So supporting the governor's office and the emergency management office on recent executive orders. We've gotten summer school guidance out. We've gotten grant guidance out. As you know, we've done legislative town halls and worked with our legislators to make sure they were up to date. And then, because the most important piece of this is communication with our superintendents so that they have the latest information, because it does change all the time. I am on many more calls and meetings with local BOCES directors, local superintendent committees, the Rural Alliance, the Rural Council, all of these meetings to try to give everybody the latest information. So those types of communication channels are on a weekly basis. We probably do 3 to 4 calls with different groups of superintendents or organizations every single day. So that also takes a lot of time. We continue to be on the emergency management team of the cross-agency work. So those calls happen, as well as the Joint Information Committee, which is also a multi-agency committee that gets clear, consistent communications out to our state. We are also, you saw an announcement, we're also doing some more exciting things, like we are working with the governor's office and the Colorado Education Initiative and others to launch a PBS partnership to create literacy lessons through the television, which is very exciting because it's one of the ways that we solve our broadband problem, because everybody, well, we hope most everybody has access to TV. So this is a very exciting piece that we've done. It is aligned to our standards. It is aligned to the REDAC expectations. And so these are, this is a great partnership, an innovative partnership, and we're trying to think of every different way we can close gaps in this unique environment where people are still at home. So we're very excited about that. As we move forward, I think your role is going to start increasing more. We're going to need to have future discussions. I think no matter what, though, our goal absolutely is to get school started. There's really no mistaking that next year will be a disruptive year. Even if we reach that goal, we know that the virus will still be with us, so there will be disruptions throughout the year for different school systems. And so we need to plan for that. We need to have plan A, B, C, and D. And so as those things start to come to the forefront, and as we start to see how this plays out, we will need your engagement in what policy implications all of that has. So we will, I think we need to see how this plays out a little bit more, but obviously some of the decisions that I needed to make quickly last year, now we have a little more time to plan for. So now we have a little more time to talk with you all about those things. So we are, we need to see what that looks like going forward, but we know there will be policy implications moving forward next year. For example, one of them, I'll just bring up one of them today, is our graduation guidelines. So Colorado's graduation guidelines are our roadmap that helps students and their families plan for their steps beyond high school. The policy is scheduled to go into effect for the high school graduating class of 2021. Graduation guidelines are, they're recognized by higher ed, business leaders, military branches. We have a whole set of options there. So this is something staff have been thinking about as things have been disrupted, as maybe some tests have been disrupted, some of the options on that list have been disrupted. So we're going to be thinking about that as a staff and then talking with you, doing some kind of work with you one-on-one over the next month to give you some information on what we're thinking about and then have that discussion moving forward. That's just one example of things that we're thinking about that are being impacted right now, that we want your feedback on and engagement on. So with that, that was a lot. I think I'll stop there and turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Colleagues, if you have questions, I'm going to go down the line, please. Board Member Rankin.
You always call on me first and I try to get to that mute button.
So I have a certain order, Board Member Rankin, and you're number one. And I believe this is, well, actually, I don't know how the order came into my script, but if you really want me to change it, I will.
No, that's okay. That's okay. Just give me a minute to unmute when you do that. But now I'm going to be ready for you. Yeah.
Okay, go for it.
I don't have any questions on what Commissioner Anthus just said, and I know that this is challenging just because from day to day, and I understand this, things just change. They totally change. But getting our board to be more active in some of the decision making later on, and I'm sure she'd agree with this, and just because of the fact that we are separate from some of the things that the state does in their departments, and we have to keep that in the forefront. And I know Julie is on top of that too. I personally love when they say, you know, we're going to have to let some of the local districts do things, because I have some local districts that really could operate by themselves a lot better than under this umbrella that we have now. And I hope we get to give them the opportunity. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board Member Flores? Board Member Flores, do you have input?
No,
do you have any questions?
No, I don't.
Thank you so much. Board Member Goff?
Nothing right now. Thanks.
Board Member Sheffel?
No, nothing right now. I really look forward to further conversations about how we can be engaged and support, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Board Member McClellan?
Nothing from me. Thank you.
Board Member Durham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of questions. One, Dr. Anthus, I think this PBS literacy is a great idea. Now, is it possible for the department to catalog or keep these broadcasts on tape so that they can be sent to an electronic file can be sent to an interested party that may need to replay them at some time in the future? And can we create a library of those so that they would be available to interested parties as time goes on?
Thank you, Board Member Durham. That's a great question, and I believe the answer is yes. So we will work to make sure that we can do that, so we can reuse these. That's a great idea.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think you know, given the timing, some people may not be able to see it, may not have recording capabilities, and if we can find a way to supply those, not necessarily on demand, but on a request, you could send a file for particular programs. And can you tell me how many of these, I read the article in the paper about them this morning. They were apparently 2 hours long. Are there more than, I presume there are a fair number of these. There's probably, what, one a day for a while, or how does what's the frequency and the progression?
Thank you, Board Member Durham. It looks like they will be going on for about 5 weeks. And if we can continue to build the partnership, we will try to do that. We do have some philanthropic dollars that are supporting this, so we would need to talk about that. Yeah, we're hoping that we can extend this as long as possible and keep this going for as long as we can.
Well, I think that's some of the best news that at least I've heard in a while, and I appreciate that. So the longer we can keep this going, the better. Also, second question is, with graduation guidelines, it gets back to one of the issues that I've had for some time. And if they're in fact guidelines, I don't know that we have to do any modification. We just have to say they're guidelines and treat them accordingly. And if you can't meet them, it doesn't necessarily change anything. So if it perhaps is a good opportunity for us to determine whether or not they are guidelines or requirements. And I would encourage you to look at it and treat them as guidelines, since that's the title they have. And then item 3 is a little more controversial, but I am concerned with the fact that we have public health officials in probably more control of things than I would like to see them in control of. But specifically, as testing increases, which I presume we all hope it would, the law of averages dictates you will find more cases. Whether in fact there are more cases is a little different issue, but so it would seem we need to find a more constant and reliable measure for the trends of the health effects of the virus. And I would encourage you to get people to look for those. I think the most constant that I've seen, at least I think the most reliable, would be hospitalizations related to the virus. That if there's a change in that number up, that increases, it definitely means you have more infections. But simply the number of tests that come back positive don't indicate, it just indicates you're doing more testing. It could indicate you have wider spread infection. So I'd appreciate some advocacy for the best for the best measure possible, so we're not making decisions based on data that is by definition unreliable because you're changing the numerator. So I have that issue. And then finally, I know that on behalf of the board, occasionally we respond to letters we received, and there was a letter this morning from that was sent to us, and I did respond to it, or not to the letter, but to Angela. And that was, there was a request, I think, from District 70 in Pueblo that we suspend the READ Act requirements. And I would hope when we respond to that letter that it takes a less conciliatory tack than we usually take. The teaching children to read is not an unfunded mandate. It's the number one duty of a district. And I'm frankly a little bit unhappy. I'm a lot unhappy that a district wants to treat that as a mandate when in fact the READ Act is attempting to help them accomplish what I believe is the number one objective that they should have in mind. And the fact that there are a few reporting requirements associated with that are simply there to ensure that they're actually meeting what ought to be the number one objective. So as Ms. Marambra prepares that response, I hope it is harsh in terms of reiterating that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Durham. Just to relate to some of the things that you just said, Mr. Durham, in terms of hot spots in the testing, if you look at what some of the other states are doing, that is the hospitalization is in fact the measure that they're looking at. When those increase, the threat, of course, being that if there's too much growth in hospitalizations, they'll be unable to handle if there really is a lot of growth. So I agree with you on that simply the number of positive tests doesn't necessarily tell us as much as increase in hospitalizations. So that there's a lot of support for that. What I liked about the reading program is that you can, if you have the capacity, you can record some of that stuff at night if in fact you need the television for some other purpose as well. But I agree with you to the extent that we can send them out, that is just one more thing that we can do to help. And I do believe it's probably our job to keep pressing our support of having our early learners learn how to read, whether they are home or whether they're in school. I do have friends whose kids literally learn how to read from Sesame Street. So there are kids for whom this will be a very effective method of learning how to read, early reading. A couple of things, Commissioner, when you talk about communication, which I would agree is a huge piece of this, I think it's two ways, so that we communicate out, but that we also are listening. And I want to ensure that we are listening to what parents, that we have some vehicle to get feedback from parents overall. and also from teachers. As I pay attention to a lot of the concerns around the country, there are some teaching concerns or concerns of teachers that I'm not sure that we want to ignore, that we want to include that in our template and our guidelines for them. Teachers have been dying across the country from this virus, so there's a level of fear there in terms of going back to schools that I think we need to mitigate as much as we can. Anybody else?
I had one more thing to add, Madam Chair.
Sure, Board Member Rankin.
I wanted to add to the front end of what Board Member Durham and what you said about these television programs and making them available to parents. I would like Commissioner Anthus to keep in mind we could put those on our website for anyone to download at any time if she can request that when she is out talking to the people, the powers that be. If these are that great, why not just have them right on CDE website?
Or the PBS website. They may have the capacity as well.
Well, but I think parents in Colorado might have more. I mean, it's just I'm not saying they shouldn't there, but I'm just saying it's another vehicle that.
Sure.
But whatever. I think via the internet is a great way to get the word out to a lot of people that are very savvy.
Agreed.
Yes, thank you, Board Member Rankin. We will do some digging, either link to it or figure out on our website or whatever way we can. We'll do some research on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. So the next item on our agenda is a presentation on the CDE budget. Commissioner?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, and this, I'll just point a process. Do you want to take a break, Madam Chair? Because we are going to, this will be an hour, and actually it might even be, I think we have Jennifer Mello next, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, I did. I lost the page.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, let's have Ms. Mello, and then we'll take a break.
Okay. Thank you. So I will turn this over to Ms. Mello, our legislative liaison.
Sorry.
Good morning, everyone. Can you see and hear me?
Yes. Hi. There you are.
Great. And you can see my face, not my curtains. I've had an issue with my camera, so yay, it's fixed. Corey Kispert gets all the credit in the world for that. Good morning. It's nice to be with all of you, even in this slightly unusual way for us all to be together. It's kind of fun to see all your houses, or at least the walls of your houses. So, you know, my report could be 17 hours, which I'm guessing you don't want it to be, or it could be quite short. I'll try to strive for something kind of in between. On the one hand, there's so much going on. On the other hand, nothing's really actually happened yet. So that's why there's quite the potential range there. Here's what we know. And the list of what we know is a lot shorter than the list of what we don't know.
Could we have a break?
Yes, as soon as this is finished. But if you need to take a break, please do so.
So here's what we do know. The legislature is now scheduled to come back on May 26th. That is the day after Memorial Day. You'll remember that they did not adjourn. They're in this, I'm just going to call it a suspension for lack of a better word. Technically, they could come back and finish the entirety of the session. That would give them another 53 days of work at the Capitol. We don't anticipate that that is what's actually going to happen. They're going to come back, we believe, on May 26th. There's some uncertainty. Just know that there's a degree of uncertainty to everything I'm saying. Come back on May 26th. They are planning to be in for approximately 3 weeks, and I think that they will stick pretty closely to that 3 weeks. Really, the main topic that's driving so much and really everything is the budget. School finance obviously is an important component of the state budget, right? That's a large portion of the dollars we spend as a state. And I know you're going to have a more in-depth presentation on some of those issues shortly. So I won't go into too much detail there. Big picture on the budget, we have a lot less money than we had last year. We have about 25% less revenue available than was anticipated. That translates into about a $4 billion with a B, amount that the Joint Budget Committee is trying to figure out how we adjust, how we reduce our what would have been our anticipated spending by that amount to meet our revenues. And I just would remind us all that Colorado cannot run a deficit like the federal government. That's true of most states. We're not unique in that, but we can't spend money we don't have. And one of the many impacts of the COVID crisis has been, as I think we're all pretty aware, it's had an impact on the economy and on businesses. And as a result, tax revenues have been significantly impacted, right? We just don't have as much money in the state. The Joint Budget Committee has been meeting all last week. They came up with about $700 million worth of reductions. Math is not my huge strong point. You've got a lot of smart people on your team like Dr. Colesman and Dr. Pearson who are much better at math than I am. But I can tell you that $4 billion minus $700 million still leaves a whole lot of money to cut from the state budget. And everything will be impacted. There's nothing that can be held harmless or that will be held harmless. In a crisis of this magnitude, or in a situation where we have to reduce the budget by that magnitude, there's no way to protect any parts of the system. Very few people want to make these cuts, think that this is no one's having fun doing this, right? It's not as if the JBC, trust me, the JBC members are not jumping up and down that they get to, reduce children's health insurance coverage and reduce the resources going into our K-12 school system. There will be, this is where budgeting gets a little tricky, right? Because whether it's a real dollar decrease or whether it's just a decrease over what would have been anticipated had the world not had this occur, school districts will have less money next year than they did this year in relative terms. And that's going to be hard because the demands on our districts, of course, as we know, are greater under this current scenario. The specifics of all of that change on a daily basis. There's actually a presentation happening right now over the Joint Budget Committee that speaks to school finance to some extent. I don't think we will know the final proposal for school finance in particular until the end of next week. That'll be one of the last things that they decide. And that is true of school finance. Now, there's the CDE budget component. And again, I know you're about to get a more detailed presentation on some of that. From a department perspective, there will, of course, be impacts as well, whether that's on grant programs, which we're starting to see some of, or any other number of ways. Again, you cannot cut that much money out of the state budget and not have an impact on our K-12 school system and on the operation of every department. So it is a very fluid situation. It changes by the minute. And that's kind of where we are in the budget. Let me just stop and pause there. I will talk a little bit about potential, non-budget related issues we may see in the legislature next, but the budget is such a big part of the conversation right now. I wonder if any of you want me to go into more detail on certain aspects of that.
Colleagues, Board Member Rankin, do you have questions?
No, I am very up to date on the meetings, and I think she did a fine job of the uncertainty that we're doing. We're out of the session, but I'm acting as an aide, so I'm down there all the time. But I know this is uncertainty, and everyone wants answers, and Ms. Mello's doing a good job there.
Thank you. Board Member Flores, do you have any questions for Ms. Mello at this point?
I'm so sorry. I have a contractor who's knocking at my door. The benefits of working at home. Let me just tell him real quick that this isn't the right time. I'm in the middle of a huge conference call. I can't do it right now. Come back in a half hour, please. Thank you. Okay, sorry about that. I was afraid that if I didn't tell him now wasn't a good time, he would keep ringing the doorbell and that would be more disruptive.
Board Member Flores, do you have any questions for Ms. Mello?
No, I don't.
Thank you. Ms. Goff?
No, thank you. Thank you for doing this.
Board Member Schaffel?
No, thank you.
Board Member McClellan?
Nothing from me. Thank you, though.
Board Member Durham?
My contractor's due between 11 and 1, so yeah. No other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, Madam Chair, then just briefly, let me talk, if you don't mind, about non-budget related issues, which are
Sure.
the smaller component of what we are probably facing. So when the legislature comes back for its approximately 3 weeks, they will be dealing with some legislation. They're primarily, again, focused on the budget and then things that are COVID related. So there certainly are policy changes that may be required simply around the crisis that we're facing. You can think in the healthcare arena, right? You can see why there might be a need for some legislative action in the short run to address some of those issues. I don't actually anticipate, at the moment, I don't anticipate anything substantive on K-12. The bills that were moving forward before we took this little break, I think the vast majority of those are going to go by the wayside. And that has nothing to do with the merits or lack thereof of those individual proposals. The legislative leadership has taken a fairly hard line saying we are only going to do things that can move quickly, that don't cost money, and that aren't controversial and that are essential, right? So things that just would be nice to do, we're not doing that right now. We're doing things that we must do. There's a lot of sensitivity to creating new programs. The really leadership is really pushing back against their members, saying we are not running bills that are creating new programs in this climate. Our state agencies, CDE amongst them, are frankly overwhelmed with all the implications of this crisis and all the new tasks and responsibilities that it has imposed. And it is just not the right time to impose new requirements or create new programs. So I do believe that that will hold for education, for K-12 education. Now, there's always caveats here, right? And these things are what they are until they aren't, until they change. So that is my prediction as of today. We will stay in close touch with you all if that changes. Have been talking with Board Member Goff and Mr. Vice Chair Durham about our process around how we're going to handle review of anything we need to review during the legislative session. We're fairly keeping it pretty organic right now because we just don't know. It doesn't make sense to set up a whole big structure when they're only going to be in for a week or two and there's not a whole lot of new stuff. So please know that there's an absolute commitment on my part, on your legislative contacts and all of CDE staff, to be very nimble and to have a high level of communication around those things. But we'll be dealing with it as it comes to us versus setting up a whole process and waiting to see what shows up in that process. And that really concludes the information I wanted to share with you all today. Again, more than happy to answer any questions about anything specific you may be hearing about.
Ms. Mello, I wonder if you could do us a favor for those of us who haven't kept track of anything. If you would be good enough to remind us which education bills passed and were signed this year and what effect they would have on either us or on the department. It's my understanding there are some things that did go through before the break. If you just sort of send us a little reminder, I would, because all that stuff is buried. It's buried.
I'm happy to put that at the top of your inbox. Spoiler alert, it was nothing that was a big deal. There were a handful of very small things that passed and were signed. From a school district perspective, there was one very substantive thing around the ability to have school board meetings with electronic technology. Which,
oh, hell. Wow.
You know, that was kind of a big deal from a school board perspective. It didn't impact you all. And there were, I think, 2 or 3 other really, really little things, but I'm happy to share those.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate that. Any questions, colleagues, of Ms. Mello? Board Member Rankin? Quick, yes, no?
Yes, I just wanted to mention, I don't think she covered it, but the legislature was supposed to come back on the 18th, and they've postponed that to the 25th. But the JBC has been at it for over almost 2 weeks now. Just as the timeline goes, to let them know what that timeline.
Thank you. Board Member Flores, do you have any questions for Ms. Mello?
Thank you. I don't.
Thank you. Ms. Goff?
No, thank you.
Dr. Sheffel?
No, thank you.
Ms. McClellan?
Nothing from me. Thank you, though.
Mr. Durham?
No, thank you.
Great. So thank you so much, Ms. Mello. And I think we should take a 10-minute break at this point. I have 20 after. If you could be back at 10:30. Thank you very much.
Have a great day, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. agenda is a presentation on the CDE budget. Commissioner?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I am going to turn this over to our Chief Operating Officer, Jennifer Oakes. And Jennifer and I it may be a little unorthodox for us, but we may kind of tag team this a little bit. So I'm going to let Jennifer take the lead, but I may chime in on a couple slides. So Jennifer, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Okay, good morning, everybody. So I'm going to share my screen here, and hopefully you will see the slideshow. Did that come up for you all?
Yes.
Great.
Great.
So some of this first, Jennifer Mello set the stage, so I'll just quickly cover. So what I have here is the legislative process, and in italics is sort of the non-normal parts of that process. So you all know we started back in November and December with our, the budget request went over on November 1st, the JBC hearings and briefing in December. Then mid-year, there was a true up with the updated student October counts that we had. So that updated both the current year's school finance figures as well as a new proposal for the budget amendment for school finance. In March, the General Assembly passed the supplemental bill for the current year to update with those updated figures and started figure setting. Then COVID happened, and as Ms. Mello explained, there was the sort of pause in the General Assembly, and earlier this week, there's economic forecasts that caused us to do an internal assessment of our budget in responding to multiple questions. So in April, the JBC staff prepared revised figure setting recommendations that went back and revisited decisions that were made back in March in light of this new budget. And then today we're here presenting this to the state board. Normally we would be preparing for what next year's might look like, but this month we're going to give you an update about where we are for the current year. So as Ms. Mello explained, in June, probably mid-June, we'll get the long bill, and then right on the heels of that, the School Finance Act. And then we'll come back to look at the next year and what that might look, any request. In this environment, it's unlikely that there would be any requests given that we're in very tight fiscal times. And then July, the process starts all over again. So again, this is sort of a different look at the current timelines. So with the May 25th is the anticipated return of the General Assembly. They were thinking it would go through the House 1 week and then the Senate. That's a fairly tight time frame in any budget year, especially this one. That will be challenging for them. So this, I thought it would be helpful just to, for the current year that we're in, get a sense about where the general fund budget is. And as you can see, the largest piece of the pie is the K-12 education. And so as the budget is so many cuts need to occur with 36% of the general fund budget, it's inevitable that K-12 will have to experience some of those cuts. So again, this is much a repeat of earlier. So there's just much less revenue here. It's a difficult task. And so there's just evolving conversations that will continue over the week. So we'll give you a snapshot of what's on the table to date, but that will evolve and change as we go. And as we've answered these many questions that the commissioner referred to earlier, we've really taken the strategic plan along with direction that you all have provided us to help us answer those questions as they've come in, and we will continue to do so. So the first set of budget is for the current year, and so any reversions. We were asked to determine any part of our budget, our current appropriations, that could be returned back to the general fund in order to help shore up the budget. And so the JBC staff made some recommendations to eliminate or reduce some grant programs. And then the governor's office followed up with a fiscal sequestration executive order. And that order was almost $230 million to help maintain that statutory reserve requirements. And so for CDE, it was limiting spending that was not going to occur in large part because of the COVID event. So we had conference and travel reductions due to the travel restrictions. There was some contract savings for assessment because we suspended in-person learning, and just some salary reductions that were able to be taken based on vacancy savings. So this gets into the details of what those are.
Great.
And this is sort of in descending order from the largest to the smallest dollar amounts. So the statewide assessment program, that was $5 million that we could revert. And so that, let's see, I had notes. So that's about 19% of the appropriation. The quality teacher recruitment program, that's almost all of that line item. And the workforce development pilot, just over $1 million in that one. And again, $1 million in the Grow Your Own Educator program. Kindergarten facility capital construction funds, that's just about 3% of the $25 million that was appropriated last year to help with furniture, fixture, and equipment. And this is the result of just districts that did not apply for those funds, and they would have reverted anyway. The career counseling professional development, that $500,000, that's about a third of that program. The auto enrollment in the advanced courses grant program, that was a new program from Senate Bill 59. So that was about $200,000, about 80% of that program. School leaders pilot program, again, $200,000, that's about 73% of that program. This department-wide POTS, those are that salary savings. It's just in various line items of Health Life Dental or salary survey. And again, that was because of some vacancies because we're not recruiting and filling positions right now. Just the practicality of onboarding somebody in this environment isn't practical. We also had Unified Improvement Planning contract savings of $162,000. Across the board in various line items, we think there's about $100,000 of travel reversions that won't occur. And then similar, the Parents Encouraging Parents Conference, since that was not occurring because of the in-person restrictions, that there's savings of $28,000. So that is the reversions from CDE for the current year that went to be part of that overall statewide sequestration order.
And that total is?
That total is, let me see.
We don't have that particular.
Yes, that total, I have it, but I need to find it in my notes. That must have fallen off. So I will do that real quick here for us all.
So this is a part of the 228 million.
Yep.
And I guess my question is, has the state come to that total, or is this still in progress?
The state has, I think, come to that. Yes.
So the department knows what its budget is to June 30th of this year.
Yes, we have
whatever's remaining.
We have not received any additional questions for additional savings in the current year. So now the majority of the conversations are back on to next year.
Great,
so I
thank
believe
you.
This is set for this year.
I can calculate that later too. We just didn't have this information.
Could I ask one question?
Yes, Mr. Durham.
In order, because I presume the revenue estimates, obviously, for the current fiscal year, and particularly in the last quarter, will fall significantly short of the original. And does the 230 some million sequestration cover all of that estimated shortfall in the current year, or is part of it covered by reserves going into next year by the reserve requirement?
I am not positive on that, but I think that there was discussion that the state may have to dip into their reserves. So I believe that's the case, but I don't have specifics on that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, it seems like since we didn't have to pay our taxes, because the tax returns were moved to July 15th, there would almost have to be a shortfall other than what was expected. Right? Since we didn't pay April 15th.
Yes.
I think,
Mr. Durham?
well, you might, I was trying to remember whether you just didn't have to file. I wasn't sure you didn't have to pay. But maybe you're right. Maybe you don't have to pay either.
Didn't have to pay estimated either.
Yeah, most people, you don't, I know you don't have to pay the estimates, and most people are have withheld pretty close to their
right.
So they might be, in fact, they would have had to make that last quarterly estimate in January. So they should be pretty close, I would think. For last year's.
Yeah, I don't know what the true up is.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, colleagues, before Ms. Oakes goes on? Go ahead, Ms. Oakes.
So this, if my quick math on my calculator was about right, it's 12.1 million. So just over 12.1 million.
So that's not a big part of 230 million.
No.
Is anything being pulled away from from school districts?
No. So the school finance payments that are on their regular cycle and will be made through June. What some of these programs that were grant programs that had not been already awarded or distributed. So some of those grant programs that were in the process of either being awarded and hadn't been distributed yet, those were withheld related to some of these programs.
Right.
But other than that, school districts' funding was not impacted from the state.
Okay. So just curious, at some point, where did the rest of the 200+ million come from to true up this year?
I would have to look into that. We've been I've at least been focused just on keeping up with our CDE. Yeah.
Right, I get that. I just don't know where to look to find the statewide.
We can get you, this is Katie. We can get you a link to that, but I'm on many of those calls, and yes, every state agency has been asked to, do this same process and revert, and it looks very different for every state agency. Actually, I believe there were some substantial reversions in our Medicaid piece just because of some kind of different pieces on enrollment. And so we can get that to you, but yes,
it's not urgent, but I am curious, considering that we're a third of the budget, we certainly didn't put a third back.
Well, we're not a third of this part. When we talk about general fund, and that's when we're talking about the School Finance Act, and we're going to go into that coming up here, but that's sort of a different part of the budget.
Thank you. Ms. Oakes, go ahead.
Thank you. So moving on to next year. And so this is the initial budget balancing recommendations that came out from JBC staff. So it kind of fell into 3 buckets. Eliminate previously approved budget requests. So as you recall, there was a number of budget requests that the Joint Budget Committee had approved back in March. So the first was to eliminate those new funds. Then some adjustments to legislation that occurred in 2019, and then reduce or eliminate various grant programs or other funding. And again, this was the initial budget balancing recommendations. They have not, as Ms. Mello mentioned, they have not made it to the target cuts, so there will be additional reductions for us and other state agencies as well.
So are these part of the 700,000 they've gotten to?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. So first, with the previously approved budget requests, so these are the main ones. The department infrastructure request for additional staff, sort of our back office staff, that was removed. Empowering parents with school information, $368,000 for that. And then expanding 4 grant programs, so $1 million each that was approved. So the school improvement funds, the concurrent enrollment grant programs increase, the student re-engagement grant program increase, and the career development success program. So all of those were additional funds that were going to come in new next year that will no longer be occurring. Then that second bucket is adjustments to 2019 legislation. So this is a reduction in the behavioral health professionals that was to occur based upon Senate Bill 1910. And so this is reducing that by $3 million. That's about a 20% reduction for that program. The reduce the workforce diploma pilot from House Bill 1236, $800,000 reduction there. That's about 80% of that program. Elimination of the local accountability grants from Senate Bill 204. So that represents all of the funding for that program. Reduce school leadership pilot, that's $375,000, and that's 50% of that program. And then the elimination of the Buckner automatic enrollment, $250,000, that's again 100% of that. So the Joint Budget Committee has drafted legislation for each of these to take action. I think in many cases they are looking at just repealing the funds but keeping the programs there in many of the cases, so that when revenues do come back, that these programs will still be on the books statutorily, and it's just a question of funding them again. But those bill drafts are just out there, and they haven't been acted upon and won't be until the General Assembly comes back. Then the final bucket is that have been considered to date or proposed to date are elimination or reductions in various grant programs or other funding. So there's a reduction of the state grants to libraries program. This $500,000 is about a 17% reduction in that program. Eliminate the quality teacher recruitment program, $3 million there. Eliminate the national board stipends of 1.4 almost million. Eliminate the comp quality PE instruction pilot, that's the 1.1 million. The reduction for bullying prevention grants, that $1 million represents half of that program. The computer science education reduction is that $500,000 represents 38% of that program, those funds. Eliminate the English language proficiency excellence awards, so not the ELPA funds or the ELPA professional development funds, but just the excellence awards. That $500,000 is the entirety of the excellence awards. The reduction to the career development success program, that $500,000 is 10% of that program. The advanced placement exam fees, that $280,000 is about half of the program. Reducing the best cash grants, That was a reduction of $60 million in next year's cash grants. That's 37, almost 38% of the funds. So 100 million would still be available in best cash grants with this recommendation. And then a reduction in the financial transparency system maintenance funding. That 138 represents 30% of that. And that represents some contractual reduction that we were able to negotiate. So again, this is just the starting point. Next week, I think we will be seeing more. And even today, Craig Harper is presenting on school finance as we speak. So there will likely be updates before we're done today.
Thank you. Colleagues, do you have questions before we get on to the CARES Act? Shall I go down the line? Board Member Rankin, do you have questions about this part?
I'm sorry, I had to unmute myself. No, I didn't see anything on the screen. I'm sorry, I was into board docs pulling it up so I could follow it with her at that time. And I agree. This is just an overview. Once legislature comes back and the Joint Budget Committee goes on, there's going to be a lot of changes. But this is a great overview of what's happening right now.
Thank you. Board Member Flores, do you have any questions up till now?
No, I don't.
Thank you very much. Board Member Goff?
Yes, Jennifer, thank you very much. I'm not seeing the previous screen. It would help if I could see the list again, but thank you.
There you go.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if there was any discussion that involved you all around the rationale for going down to half current funding or 30% of current funding when it turns out to be a very small award anyway. And then is this going to make things somewhat confusing for people? Does it put all of these things up more competitive other than what we've known? And really, I'm just wondering why the amounts and the percentages were addressed this way rather than maybe going a little bit more extreme one way or the other about the funds provided for the various programs.
Good question. Commissioner?
Yeah, thanks. I think there was lots of back and forth with both OSPB, both OSPB and the Joint Budget Committee. Some of this was to allow, there's all these different details and machinations of how much was already in progress versus how much, could just be reverted 100%. So some of it is related to that, like whether we had already expended some of the funds on some things and what could be reverted. And then in some of these cases, there was a small amount of staff or support that we could keep to at least continue providing some services to districts, even if the full grant program wasn't there. So those were some of the discussions back and forth about that. As Ms. Oakes said, I think we just don't know what's going to happen moving forward around potentially more extreme cuts. Ms. Goff, I think you're on mute, so we can't hear you.
I'm so sorry. Yes.
That's okay.
I understand that totally. I mean, we all are playing the sympathy violins for even having to do this in the first place. But I'm looking right now at the Career Development Success Program. Is that not I think it's $1,000 incentive per student back to districts or for a completion of a CTE program? And if $500,000 is stays in, then or cuts out. I mean, I don't remember the full amount of that to begin with, but I'm just wondering if it's going to serve the purpose of carryover fund spending because of things that have already been started, or if we're just right out eliminating a lot of possible success in districts for kids who achieve that. And if we're going to cut out so many eligible students, why not just hold it off, hold the total amount off for a year or so? I know that's not what we want to do, but I'm curious as to how this is going to be playing out when it comes down to actually making a decision about keeping programs or not.
Yeah, Board Member Goff, I think that's a good question. I think we have some of the similar questions around how this is all going to play out and the continued, just different areas of the budget that need to be balanced. So I think, as Ms. Oakes said at the beginning, we are expecting that we will, if we don't already have it in our inbox, that we will be getting further requests and further questions about, anything else that can be, decreased or postponed or, any number of those things. I will say that some of these, there's kind of multiple players in this, right? There's OSPB, there's the JBC staffers, and so, there are some programs that others feel strongly about. And so they've done their best shot to try to advocate for them as well. We don't know if any of those things will stand because of the budget intensity. So I think everybody dependent, even the governor, the governor has feels strongly about the 9th grade success program. I'm not sure where that is right now, but that was one of his that he advocated for. So there's different players in all this, and so those conversations are all kind of happening, and we're not sure either where this will land.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Board Member Schaffel, do you have questions?
Oh, yeah, thank you very much for the report. Very helpful. I would just say this, if I were going to have to speak to this, which there's a lot of interest in the budget, a lot of parents wondering about it, I would need to know, and I know this is preliminary, but like how much of it's being cut and how much of it remains and what programs haven't been touched and which ones have been, substantially reduced. And that would be, one could tell that by saying it's been cut by this much, but this much remains. So is it possible at some point, and beyond the purview of this presentation, just to get a little more context so that if we have to speak to it, we can say of 1,000 programs, a little more kind of meta-analysis, this number have been cut by this much, and I don't know, something a little more to create some meaning around it if we are asked to speak to it, which lots of questions coming in about the budget.
Yes, we will do our best to do that. I might need help from Ms. Oakes about how that all plays out, but yes, we will work to get you something like that.
Just because at this point, I would be able to just say, this program's cut by this much, this program by this much, which is helpful, but it's a bigger picture is more helpful in a sense of the number of programs that are funded in this way. Here's what happened. And I know we're still in process, but I appreciate it at some point. I know that would be probably a lot of work. It would just help us speak to it meaningfully.
Yeah, and I can just say a few of these things. I can make sure I resend this, but in terms of big picture, and we did send this out to you all, I know everybody's buried, but we talked about the criteria that we were using to at least put things forward. And so the big picture items where we put forward grant programs that had not been allocated yet, grant programs that were any new asks or recent requests or new legislation that hadn't been, processed, cutting award programs, cutting any potential contracts that hadn't been awarded, cutting operational budgets as necessary. So those are kind of the big picture items. There are many programs we have that had already, those funds had already been expended, so they weren't even on the table, really. Now, those things might be on the table for the future, but these programs you're looking at right now are just for this year.
Which year? To June 30th or?
June 30th.
Oh, now I'm mixed up. I thought this is 2021. That is next year.
So, Jennifer Oaks, I don't see you anymore, but you may have to help me if I'm confusing things. There might actually be multiple buckets here.
Yeah, so this list that hopefully you can still see, that starts with the reduced state grants to libraries, that list is all for next year. So forward looking, starting July 1st.
I think that's what Board Member Sheffel's talking about too.
Yes.
And
so, yes.
Need a lot more detail. I appreciate that you mentioned the percentage of the program, but that's not on your. It would just be helpful for us to see a bigger picture than we've been able to see so far. I'm in total agreement with Dr. Sheffel, and I'm just stunned by how many grants we have. I'm just stunned by how many grants we have.
Yes, we will work on getting something that gives that better context of terms of the percentages of these that have been proposed to date for reductions versus what remains, as well as the other ones that haven't been suggested for reduction at this point in time. And
a repeat of the priorities that we did share with the commissioner on how to go about the process that you guys have been involved in. Board Member McClellan, did you have any questions?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. In my district, I may get some questions regarding the implementation of the John Buckner automatic enrollment program. Will those students, I know that our presenter has mentioned that this legislation obviously hasn't gone away, but that funding is scaled back for these specific programs. Can you speak briefly or perhaps follow up with a memo regarding how that impacts the identification and automatic enrollment of high-performing students who otherwise would have been at risk for non-inclusion in AP or International Baccalaureate or other advanced level coursework? Will those students still be identified and included? How does the scaling back of funding impact the opportunity for students who previously were at risk for non-inclusion?
Thank you, Board Member McClellan. The districts can still do all this, so what this takes away is the incentive money. So there's nothing stopping districts from continuing to do that automatic enrollment. We still encourage it, but this takes away the incentive dollars.
Thank you. I'm sorry this is happening. I'm sure everybody wants to share that sentiment, and I can't wait till we're back on track, but thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Durham, questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one question for Ms. Oaks. What percentage right now of K-12 funding is state? What percentage is federal? And what percentage is local at this point in time?
In general, if you're looking at sort of the all-in figure that we've talked about previously for all of districts' expenditures or all of their revenues, it's generally the School Finance Act is about 54 or 56% of their total revenues come from the School Finance Act, and of course that's local and state funds combined. When you look at everything, I think the state funds is about maybe 40%, and then local funds is maybe 55% and federal is about 6%. But I can look up those numbers and provide it.
That's fine. And I think what I'd like to just have for context, because I think things could appear to be worse than they are, because local funding, which is mill levy related, almost exclusively, I think with the exception of the specific ownership tax, which is a very small part of local funding that comes through the county treasurer and assessor's office. If there is, for example, a 20% cut in state funding, in overall education funding, that would then translate to about a 10% cut overall. So I think I think when these cuts are reported, if they're 20% or 25%, we need to make sure everybody understands, while that's not good news, it's less catastrophic than the number would indicate by 50%. So if it's 20% cut, it's probably only a 10% reduction, because property taxes, the assessed values have been determined already, mill levies have been determined, and if you don't pay your property taxes, the tax gets sold at auction, so the money's all collectible. And so I think it's important that we make sure that everyone keeps these numbers in context when it comes to education funding.
But it isn't by district, right?
No, that's an overall.
It's an overall piece. So I think we could get the number overall.
Yeah. For example, Aspen, which has almost all local funding, would not suffer much, whereas in Center Colorado would have a significant reduction. And perhaps that's one of the things that the General Assembly would like to look at when they do the School Finance Act, is to do some additional reallocation of state funds to sort of equalize those cuts. That's a lot to ask, because it's very complicated to redo any part of the School Finance Act. And I'm sure Ms. Oaks does not really want to be put in the position of running all of the hundreds of scenarios that legislators will request. But if you're looking at the generic, for some districts it will be substantially less than a 10%, than half the overall state cut, and for some it will be substantially more. So
is that correct, Ms. Oaks? I thought we equalized. I thought we don't have that option.
There is the equalization. So with the school finance, you figure out what the total program is, and then apply the local share, and then the state backfills to get up to that the total program.
It's the state money that flows unevenly.
That equalizes.
Right.
Yeah, it's the state money that flows unevenly. So a reduction in state money across the board would affect some districts much more than others.
Sure would.
And,
Yes.
and the legislature may wish to deal with that in some way. You would hope that, at least I would hope, they wouldn't just go for a straight across the board cut. And I frankly doubt that they will. They should apportion it, hopefully in the same way that perhaps by the same distribution formula would tend to do that. But I just think it's important to note, if we get a 25% cut in state funding, it's going to be roughly a 12.5% cut overall.
And I was able to pull up the actuals. And so this is for fiscal 17-18. So it is a little dated, as with all actual financials. So the local is 47%, state is 38%, federal is 6%, and then that remaining 9% is the other. It's sort of the bonds and the long-term debt, the financing piece of that.
Where does the grant money come in?
So the grant money would come into that 38% if it's a state grant, or the federal grant would be part of that 6%.
Okay, so it's the grants are buried in there.
Yes. Yep.
So if you look at that, it's actually the state cuts will proportionally impact less. because I was using 50-50 when it's actually, it looks like it's close to probably 57, 58, 43. So a 10% cut in state funds would overall amount to about 3 or 4% cut. So 20% would be 6 and so on. Because federal funding won't go down, property taxes won't go down. So I think everybody's been wringing their hands about 20% or 25%. This isn't any fun, but it's not as bad as it appears at first blush.
Seems to me that when we've faced this before, where we had a few districts that pretty much self-funded based on their taxes, there were some ways to equalize. And I can't remember how that happened, whether it was for special ed funding or something, to actually not have the kind of inequities that this could create. This might be a topic for us to kind of dig into once we actually know more about how bad it is. I think there'll be a real concern if in fact we've got the rich and more rich than already district versus the poor districts.
The one
That'll
thing
be huge.
The one thing that might change, and I don't know the property tax system well enough, but the way that energy and mineral producing properties are assessed based on production, that effect may be a little more immediate, and that would affect counties like Weld disproportionately, and probably counties like Rio Blanco and a few of those. So that there's some unknowns, but the only reason I bring it up is just to, there'll be a lot of numbers that'll be very frightening out there, and they'll probably be out there very soon. And we just need to always make that a mental adjustment so that we're, particularly as a board, we're better equipped to understand some of the total ramifications of the reductions.
Yeah, I agree.
And this is Jennifer again, just to follow up on Mr. Durham's statement that, yes, some of those that are 100% local funded or a higher percentage local funded, many of those are because of oil and gas and those property taxes. And so because this is also impacting the oil and gas industry, those districts are concerned about their local tax collections. Will they have 100% or a normal type of tax collection? And so the Treasurer's Office has been actively engaged in working with districts to identify if they have any concerns about the property tax collections and the interest-free loan program, and making sure that if districts need to, who haven't participated in that in the past, if they're wanting to do that. So that is a concern for many of those districts, including several of the ones in Weld County, as you pointed out.
I think we got involved in this issue with the closure or the bankruptcy of the Peabody coal mining facility in Routt County, and the eligibility for that. I think what was it, an interest-free loan or advance. There's certainly not enough money in that fund to cover all of these likely inabilities to pay, and this could be one of the rare instances where a tax sale would not produce the full value of the taxes due. So that's something else we should at least, Jennifer, when you're dealing with the budget committee on that, at least make sure somebody's thinking about that eventuality.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Oaks, do you want to go on to the CARES Act, please?
Yes. Okay. So with the CARES Act, this is the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act. So that's came March 27th. It had $2 trillion of assistance measures in a variety of areas. Just over almost 31 billion was for the Education Stabilization Fund. And so the ESSER funds is one that is predominantly that we've been focused on. So that is the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund. And then there's the GEARS Fund, the Governor's Emergency Education Relief Fund, and then there's a Higher Education Emergency Relief Fund as well. And then in its separate section, there's also almost $9 billion for child nutrition programs for food purchases that we've also received a piece of that. So digging into that ESSER funds, so that those are the funds that are administered by the department, and we have received 121 million, and that just came in the past few days. And so those funds can be used for any activity authorized under ESEA, IDEA, Perkins, McKinney-Vento. Must be used in response to the COVID. So a variety of different activities that it can be used on. And then local education agencies can spend those funds through September 30th of 2022. So those will last for a while and be available for districts. So of the 121 or just under 121 million that CDE received, we must allocate a minimum of 90% of that, so almost 109 million, to LEAs based upon the Title I formula. And so we have developed those preliminary allocations, and those are available for districts to see what their allocation is based upon that Title I formula. And there has been some discussion about that, so we're continuing to look and refine that. So those are just preliminary at this time. Then with the remaining 10%, that can be reserved for targeted district needs, and so that is 12 million for Colorado. So up to 600,000, 604,000, 1/2 of 1% can be retained for administrative purposes. And then the rest of that 10% is more flexible and determined on up to the department. So we have launched a survey to gather input on the best use of those funds, and that survey is available through May 18th. And so that's been distributed widely. And we've also will take into account the district needs assessments to also match with those input from the survey to make the best decision making. And what we have committed to districts is that we're going to make sure that we have the most streamlined process that we can do. We want to make this as easy as possible to get the funds out to districts. And so any discussion about the ESSER funds?
Board Member Rankin?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess my question is, are these the ones that go directly to the district?
Yes, and so with the 90%, that 109 billion, that those will be allocated on a formula basis and go out to the districts directly.
And is that survey online?
Yes, the survey is online.
And is there an explanation of it as to who filled it? I mean, who was invited to fill it out? And then will we get results of who actually did and what special interest groups they're from?
Yes, so the survey is open to anyone. And so there is a question to say, are you a district member? Are you a BOCES member? Are you a school, a teacher, a parent? So any type of constituent can participate, and we've asked for those affiliations. And so we will be able to identify the responses with those affiliations.
Okay, thank you very much.
Uh-huh.
Board Member Flores, do you have any questions, comments?
I don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Goff.
Yes, thank you. I'm just needing some confirmation about the Title I formula. Is that going to be status quo? Is this money distributed strictly on how we currently distribute Title I money? Or are there some possibilities of other types of student populations coming into that formula?
So there has been some discussion related to that, and so we're continuing in as early as so it is based upon the 1920 Title I dollars is how that's allocated. It does not have to be used in the same way. So although the allocation formula follows the Title I distributions, the uses don't have to follow that same Title I usage. So it is a more flexible usage of those funds. And so again, it can go back and be used for any activity under IDA, Perkins, McKinney, Vento, ESEA.
Okay, so another way of saying that is that it is not strictly the Title I student who receives services from those funds.
Right. It just is using that allocation methodology, but the uses of the fund is not going to be consistent with the Title I uses. It has a much broader usage and in order to respond to COVID-related issues, but any allowable uses under those other programs.
Okay, that covers what I needed to have some clarity on. Thank you.
Board Member Sheffel?
Yes, are there guidelines around how charters can participate in receiving some of these funds if they meet the Title I guidelines, and also then there's the 10% residual? How does that work? It just goes through the district where they're authorized, but are there any guidelines around ensuring that they can share in some of these funds?
Yeah, we are working on some guidance right now for LEAs about the distribution to their charter schools. And so we'll be issuing that guidance. But generally, since this is to the impact on COVID and those charter schools have had impacts, we think it would be appropriate that the charter schools also get those funds. But we're working on some detailed guidance on that right now. And we
okay, great. Maybe you could share that with us when you develop that. I appreciate it. Yes. Thank you.
Board Member McClellan? Do you have any questions?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Board Member Durham?
Not on this issue, thank you.
Okay. Continue on, Ms. Oakes.
Okay.
So I do want to actually, Ms. Oakes, just pause real quick because I think this is where we wanted, unless I'm confused, yeah. On the 10%, I've heard from many of you that you want to weigh in. You can either take the survey or we have your opportunity to weigh in right now in terms of that 10%. And so I do just want to note that, you know, our goal is to get those funds out as quickly as possible so that districts can use them. So would you like to give us any feedback right now on the 10%? Obviously, as Ms. Oakes said, we will be you know, using the needs assessment to, you know, think about where those funds can be allocated to have the most impact, but also just wanted to say that this is your opportunity to kind of give us some feedback around that.
Colleagues? So my feedback would be that there are needs. We read about them in the newspapers, etc. I think I would like to know what the inequities are among our 178 districts, so that we get a sense for where this amount of money ought to go. Right? I don't think we know. It's hard for me to say where I want them to go, other than I'd like to ensure that some of the significant challenges that our districts have had can be addressed with that 10%. I fear that there will be a request for it just to be sent out per on a per student basis, and I'm not sure that helps address some pretty dire needs that we see out there.
Madam Chair, can I add a comment?
Please.
So especially the rural districts, you know, you hear because of the bandwidth issues and such that they're, you know, parents are literally picking up materials at the school. And I think the rural districts are struggling in a different way than the urban. So I think looking at that carefully would be helpful.
Right. If you have that needs assessment, Commissioner, if you could share that information with us, that'd be awesome.
Sure, we can, we'll resend that out.
Any other comments or around this?
Looks like Mr. Durham just needs to unmute. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I think our 10% of this money is about $10 million. That's about $10 per student statewide, a little over that. So when you look at it in that respect, I hope we don't distribute it on per capita, which
that's my point. Yep.
Which might be the majority vote of people taking the needs assessment. But I think it should be targeted to solve big problems. For example, we believe we have 50 or 60,000 children that don't have devices capable of accessing the internet, even when they have internet connections. So I believe we should. I believe we should, if that need remains unmet, we should fill it. And with $10 million, we could probably get a long way to providing those devices. So I think it should not be, this money should be used in really a rifle rather than a shotgun approach, and that we target it to solving specific problems that this amount of money will allow us to solve.
I agree with you.
Thank you,
Mr. Durham. I agree with you on that.
Thank you, Board Member Flores. Any other comments?
Joyce Rankin, I have a comment.
Please, go ahead.
So I understand the will of making sure every student has a computer, every student has internet access, and has that capability. And being in these rural areas and seeing a lot of this, there are people that we can solve the problem of giving the students a computer. Every student would have a computer. They can get the access, maybe not at home, but they can drive to a hotspot, and that was agreeable. But the teachers are not informed enough as to how to present, and I don't mean that derogatorily, they just have not been using the computer and blended learning in different ways. So rather than just buy the computers or get the access, we've got to have more of an infrastructure. Otherwise, we're just throwing good money at bad. So I think we have to be extremely careful about how we determine these types of things.
Thank you. So, Commissioner, you might want to include that if that's been identified as a challenge for the districts.
Thank you. And I appreciate that, and we definitely hear that. We're thinking about that as well, like the infrastructure and everything. I think the challenge is like, you know, we have temporary dollars, and how can we solve some hopefully temporary problems, and sort of what can we use the dollars for? So I know that it's about 12 million actually that we have. And we know that can't build broadband. So we can't, that's a bigger systems issue to solve, which is going to take more than our 12 million. So then how can we allocate what we have that we need to do immediately, you know, to solve some problems? I think, you know, the other things that have been brought up are potential Wi-Fi hotspots and other things that can, you know, I mean, they really are a Band-Aid approach, but in some ways we have to deal with some of the Band-Aids right now that aren't maybe as systemic as we would want. So we will keep you in the loop on the thinking on this. Again, as I've mentioned a lot of these decisions have to be made very quickly. So, you know, we will keep you in the loop on thinking, but, you know, continue to send your feedback to me, to Angela, other things. We will resend out the needs assessment. But we are continuing to get needs assessment. That needs assessment is almost a month old now. So we know that new needs have cropped up since then. So, you know, but I appreciate the feedback on devices, on rural, on not just per pupil, thinking about, you know, really addressing inequities that this has exacerbated. So appreciate your feedback on that. So I'll turn it back to Ms. Oaks.
Ms. Oaks, go ahead.
Thank you. So just wanted to also touch on some of the other provisions of the CARES Act. So that GEERS, the Governor's Education Emergency Relief Fund, administered by the governor, that's about $44 million for Colorado, and that covers both K-12 and higher education. And we are working to coordinate that, and so to make sure that those funds are used in a complementary, not a duplicative or fashion that would allow gaps. So trying to do some coordination there. There also is that Higher Education Emergency Relief Act. So that was $213 million for higher education. And I mentioned the child nutrition program. So of that, I think 8.8 billion, we received 143 million for emergency feeding. That is administered by CDE. And so that's for meal reimbursements from March up through September of 2020. And so this is about a week old. We had over 800 sites across the state serving grab-and-go meals to students. And that has been facilitated with those emergency funds. Then the CARES Act also has an education stabilization fund that includes a Rethink K-12 education models and reimagining workforce preparation grants. So this is, we don't have as much information on these, lesser amounts of funds, and this is on a competitive basis. So for the first one, the Rethink K-12, we think that's 13 or 14 awards are expected, between $5 and $20 million. And the intent to apply is May 19th with applications at the end of June. So these take a lot more. So the previous funds were very streamlined in how we applied to get those funds for the ESSER funds. This is a more involved application process, and they've ranked states based upon 4 criteria: the percent of population without broadband access, as we just discussed, the percent of students in poverty, the percentage of COVID cases in Colorado, and then the number of students in a rural. And so based upon those criteria, Colorado was ranking in the bottom 20%. And so we may not be a high priority state for that funding. So we're continuing to investigate that, because we know on the one hand, we may be a lower priority and it may be more difficult for us to achieve that, but dollars will help our district. So we're continuing to evaluate and research and dig into those programs.
Madam Chair.
Board Member Durham, go ahead.
Thank you. I think Colorado has a good chance to receive these grants. I think we can get some help in preparing grant applications, and it's important that we apply and put our best foot forward, because some of this money could be very helpful to some Colorado students who are really some of our more vulnerable students. So I would hope we would make every effort to obtain this grant money. I'm not as pessimistic as the original rankings would indicate maybe we should be, and we really should make best effort here to try and get our hands on as much of this as we possibly can.
Great.
Do we have the capacity to apply by next Tuesday?
I think we just have to by Tuesday give notice of intent we're going to apply. And so certainly have the capacity to do that.
Sure.
And I think we'll get help. I believe there's some help available to the department to prepare quality grant application.
Okay.
Commissioner?
Yeah, thank you. We will submit an intent to apply. Would probably like to have more conversation about that. There's multiple priorities within the grant programs. There's multiple grant programs. So I do want to think through, you know, these are substantial grants. So just would want to think through, you know, which ones should we prioritize? There's going to be 2. And so would be happy to have further discussion about that.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Oaks.
May I add something? This is Val.
Oh, sure. Ms. Board Member Flores, go ahead.
Well, you know, the oil business is going to be really down, and we depend on that. We depend on tourism. I mean, those are 2 big things that this state depends on. And so we're not going to be getting monies from, you know, those areas. We depend on other things as well, buying and taxes and such. So I see us as a state that really is down there. I mean, we'll need monies, and I can't see how the feds can see us as not being in the category of needing that money. And so we should try very hard to work on those grants.
Great.
And I'd be open to being in discussions about that.
Thank you, Board Member Flores.
Thank you.
Ms. Oaks?
Yeah, so we have just a couple more topics. So there's a federal funding literacy grant. And so we're applying for a comprehensive literacy state development program. This is under the Title IIB. And so it's a competitive grant to states to advance literacy skills. And so given the board's focus on literacy, we felt that that was in line with that. So we are applying for that grant program as well.
Do you know how much that is?
It's 16 million is the average size of grants over 5 years. So we understand that there may be 4 to 8 awards given out. It is highly competitive. And so, but it would be maybe a $16 million grant.
But we've never got one before.
Yes, that's correct based upon what I know.
Okay, so maybe we would be considered since we haven't got, it's been around for a while, right?
Yes, yep.
Okay.
And then
I'm glad we're applying.
Yeah, and so 95% of those funds go to the sub-grantees. So it would flow directly to the districts.
Great.
If we were to get it. And then the last is just wanted to make you aware of, so the BEST Fund has the ability to have emergency grants. And so we have confirmed that the COVID pandemic, the BEST emergency grant funds can be used for affected school facilities. And so that could include, for example, plexiglass devices that are put up in the entryways of schools, their office. Or it could also be for qualifying technology needs that address the emergency. So that is something that we're looking at. And so all charter schools and school districts and BOCES would be eligible to apply for that. And this is something that we're looking at. The JBC recommendations are related to that because the available funds would be through the BEST fund balance. And since some of that is being diverted through the discussions, that does come into play. And so this is something that would come back to the state board. So there's statutory deadlines for those emergency grant applications. So 15 days after we receive an application, it needs to be considered by the BEST board, the Capital Construction Assistance Board, and then 5 days after that, it would come before you all. And so that's something that we're looking at as we're looking at, you know, the ESSER funds that are coming in, and then the GEAR funds, and then also these funds, and trying to, again, make sure that we can overlay those and coordinate those funds to the extent possible, so we have a complementary use of the funds, not a duplicative, or not making any, you know, leaving any gaps. So that's one other thing that you may hear more about in the future. And so that is all that I had prepared.
That's a lot that you prepared, Jennifer. So thank you. And yes, thank you for all your work. Our budget office has been on their toes. And so we appreciate their work.
Great, thank you. Colleagues, any further questions? Ms. Rankin? Any further questions of Ms. Oakes?
No, Madam Chair, I'm fine.
Board Member Flores?
Madam Chair, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Board Member Goff?
No, no questions. Thanks.
Great. Board Member Sheffel? Anything further on the budget?
No further questions. I did have one constituent ask if the funds could be used to reimburse districts or schools for purchasing technology, because they had to purchase it on the front end, and now they're trying to figure out how to cover that. So that might just go into the calculus of how you're giving guidance on how to spend these additional funds. So I just thought I'd mention that.
Great.
Thank you. That's all. Thank you.
And we,
Ms. Oakes, can you answer that so that in case we get the same question?
Yes, and so with the ESSER funds, that they are allowed back until when the emergency was declared. And so I think that was it March 13th, the exact date in March, I might be wrong, but it does go back and through March. So yes, it can be retroactive until that time.
Thank you. That's
great. Thank you.
Board Member McClellan, any further questions on the budget?
I just wanted to make the comment that I recognize that the commissioner has indicated that there may need to be some further discussion with respect to the strategic decisions that we make with respect to which grants we may have the capacity to go after. And I just wanted to express that I, without wanting to create any additional burden or work for staff, if they wish to speak to the issue of how much labor and time is involved in particular grants, and maybe in the context of whether or not our odds of receiving those grants are long, I don't want to have the discussion in a complete vacuum with respect to how much of a demand these grant applications may pose for staff in the event that the commissioner or staff would like to discuss that aspect of strategic approach. I would be glad to hear that in the event that they wish to discuss that particular aspect of planning for us. But I don't want to create extra work. I'm not asking for a report that they would not otherwise be looking at. So I hope I said that clearly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Board Member Durham, any further questions on the budget?
No.
Discussion? Okay, that's great. Thank you, Ms. Oakes. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
That was a lot. So the next item on the agenda was a request from Vice Chair Durham. Mr. Durham, would you like to address the board regarding Zoom?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did have some constituent inquiry about Zoom's privacy policies, but even prior to those inquiries, I've been made aware of security concerns with Zoom and their ability to protect privacy. And particularly, I understand that some districts are using Zoom and requiring students to participate in Zoom events that may be compromising the privacy of those children. So what I would like to do and would move is that we refer to the Attorney General the question of whether Zoom is in full compliance with Colorado's data privacy laws, and to determine on an advisory to districts whether they are or are not, and if it cannot be determined that they are not in compliance, that they are in compliance, then under Colorado law they can't be used as a vendor. So I would like, and there's a significant amount of information could be furnished to the Attorney General's office to carry on this investigation, and hope they can do it in a prompt fashion. But the way this data is routed, the fact that it's routed through foreign countries that have bad reputations relative to security and other issues, I think that we should really, and plus the fact that they've already been cited for a number of violations, I think we should ask the Attorney General to take an immediate look at this and determine whether or not they are in compliance with Colorado law.
Thank you, Mr. Durham. Do you want to make a motion?
I move that we refer the use of Zoom by Colorado school districts to the Attorney General for his determination as to whether or not they're in compliance with Colorado privacy laws.
Thank you. That's a proper motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Comments? Board Member Rankin?
Yes, I just would like, first of all, to add federal law in with the state law. I believe he said state only. We need to make sure both are covered. And then on, I just wanted to bring up the fact, and it is a fact, that the more we look into this, we think what's going on now is uncertain and can't, it changes daily. I don't think we were aware of the virus to happen when it did either, but a little background, on April 3rd, there was an article in the paper, I think it was New York paper, about Zoom having issues. On the 4th of April, New York City schools banned Zoom. On the 5th of April, Zoom made corrections. And on the 6th of April, Zoom was back in New York City classrooms. I think we have to be kind of careful with this, and I granted Board Member Durham, I think the privacy of students must be protected in what we're doing as far as education and remote learning goes. But I think we have to be mindful of how quickly these things change. I know in our household, we are in Zoom all the time with this because there are meetings that can only be taken safely on Zoom. I think if we do something drastic, we might be making a big mistake, is eliminating a lot of good stuff that's going on right now and stuff that has been corrected. We've got to stay on top of it ourselves.
Thank you. Board Member Flores? Oh, go ahead, Mr. Durham.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, Ms. Rankin, I don't believe they've corrected all of the issues. There's still issues out there. And I think things can change, and they might be able to come in compliance, or I sincerely doubt they are in compliance at the present time based on some of the most recent information I've received. So I think it's certainly we're not capable of making a determination like that and advising districts. I think we have to refer it to someone who is, and the Attorney General investigates a wide variety of issues. And I think this would fit in the category of their having the ability to do that. So I think the referral is a responsible action, and I'm sure the Attorney General will make sure that they're using up-to-date information.
Thank you. Board Member Flores, do you have comments? Yes, please.
I just wanted to say that, yes, that if the Attorney General can look into what happened in New York, I mean, that might be kind of easier if New York did that. Yeah, I worry about children, and I worry about myself just getting on, you know, different apps and such. So it is concerning,
Thank you.
and we should look into it.
All
Thank
right,
you.
we will. Board Member Goff?
No, nothing outside of the awareness that we need to have about what is the potential down the road decision. If the Attorney General's office is going to be doing some of their own research and checking out the most up-to-date information we have, I was thinking about sending in some sources that I have that are relatively new and have to do with the company, the CEO, his messages to the community, and of course their board and such. But I didn't. I wanted to hear what we were talking about first. If the Attorney General's office is going to look into, and I'm assuming they will, other states, if the issue has come up, to what degree, what measures have been approached or taken there, that's great. But I also want to have us be aware that when we set things like this in motion, we're probably going to get a reaction. So I'm envisioning the start of whatever kind of school year we're supposed to have. And we have a lot of districts who are using Zoom now. They have established a familiarity and hopefully some stability with a certain platform or program for their distance learning. What will it mean? What will they need to have if there should be some perceived upheaval in what's going on in districts right now? So I just think we need to be aware of that. And if there are other platforms, then let's hope. And maybe we need to take some responsibility for doing research on the alternatives, because I'm not feeling real good now about telling a bunch of school districts, oh, by the way, your Zoom is a no-go from now on. That's all I needed to say on that. We just need to be ready for whatever kind of now what's pop up with this kind of thing.
Thank you. Board Member Scheffel?
Yeah, I think the thing that parents are concerned about, and we all are concerned about, is just the idea of opportunism. As a contracted vendor, Zoom needs to identify data points that they're collecting and who they're sharing it with, and that's totally appropriate for us to understand that and for them to be in compliance. I think that's the goal.
Great, thank you. Board Member McClellan?
I would just echo that we do want Zoom to be in compliance. I'm hopeful that if there are concerns, that they'll be addressed as they may have been in New York, with whatever changes are necessary being made. So I'll look forward to hearing what the Attorney General's office has to say.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to vote in favor of this. I do think I would like some feedback from the Attorney General's office. I am suspecting that it may be appropriate for us to provide some guidance for Zoom, because there are some security opportunities in using it. You know, there are ways to use it with a password or without, etc. And that's the kind of guidance I would appreciate. The commissioner has told me that other platforms that are really good, like Zoom, are very expensive. So I still would like to know what those options would be for school districts. If there are others, I would find that really helpful. But otherwise, Ms. Maramba, would you please call the roll?
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Flores.
Yes.
Board Member Goff.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Scheffel.
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
That passes 7-0.
Thank you. We have one more item before lunch. This is information item on 3 rule sets that have been noticed due to the COVID-19. These have been noticed with the Secretary of State, and rulemaking hearings are scheduled for June. Commissioner, is staff prepared to provide us an overview?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll turn this over to Katie Lanaha and Melissa Bloom, who lead up our rulemaking work.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Today, we're going to share information about the recommendations for staff for these sets of rules. Just as a reminder, we're not asking you to vote today. We're just sharing information, and then you'll hold a hearing in June. So based on the input that we've received from the field and from staff, we've identified some requirements in existing rules that are difficult for districts to comply with this spring and that are not appropriate for waivers, that are more appropriate to be addressed through rule changes. So I'm just going to walk through each of those in the order that they're listed on the agenda. The first recommendations for amendments are in CCR 3011 concerning education accountability. The sections of the existing rules require districts and schools to submit unified improvement plans on April 15th of each year, and we are recommending amendments that would extend that deadline to October 15th of next fall. I do need to point out that there is unfortunately a typo in the language that you have in one place. The reference is October 1st, and in another it's October 15th. So I apologize for that. If you don't have any objections, we can clean that up for you before you vote on this language in June. I think you can see the language, but it's on page 12. It's section 6.00A that allows the extension for districts, and on page 21, it's section 9.00A that allows the extension for schools.
And you are recommending to the 15th.
And yes, staff would like October 15th to be the deadline. In the second set of rule amendments that staff are proposing, it's CCR 30157 concerning alternative education campuses. The existing rules require that schools that want to be designated as AECs and be evaluated using the AEC framework submit data demonstrating their eligibility by July 1st of each year. And that data includes information that shows that the schools serve a population of students that are at least 90% at risk. And with schools not in session, it's difficult for them to gather this information and submit it. And so what we've proposed in the amendment language is that just schools would not be required to submit this data, that if they were designated as an AEC in the fall of 2019, that designation we could roll that forward and allow them to also have that designation next year. That wouldn't prevent new schools that want to get the designation from applying, but it would just allow existing AECs to retain their status. And then the proposed language in that, it's rule 3.005, also suspends the requirement that CDE evaluate AECs next fall, and that just brings the system for AECs into alignment with the governor's executive order, which suspended that requirement for all public schools. You'll also see some other minor red line edits in the rules, and those are all just technical cleanup. While these rules are open, we're hoping we can clean up some outdated language. And then finally, it's CCR 30114 concerning the Public School Transportation Fund. And the current rules require districts to submit their transportation reimbursement claim forms, which we call the CDE 40, by August 15th of every year. And districts have actually been requesting some flexibility with this even prior to COVID-19. But that flexibility is needed even more now. And so staff is recommending an amendment that would allow a grace period. It would be up to September 15th upon request. So if you were to pass this amendment, that flexibility would continue to apply in future years. And those are all of the recommendations. If there are any questions, we also have staff on the phone to help answer.
Thank you. Colleagues, Board Member Rankin, do you have questions?
Okay, sorry, I have to come back to this because I'm in board docs looking at the documents. I apologize for that. On the public school transportation, all we're doing is putting off the August 1st date to September 15th and making that future after that. I don't see any problem with that. Does anyone else? That's kind of what my question is.
No, because August 1st is such a busy time because they're getting ready for kids within the next usually 20 to 25 days.
And we're
so
also,
I understand it totally.
We're also in a new budget year too, which is July. So we're not even that far off, right?
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Board Member Flores, do you have any questions?
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Goff?
No, thanks.
Board Member Sheffel?
No, I think the extra flexibility is very helpful. Thank you.
I agree. Board Member McClellan?
No, nothing from me. Thank you.
Board Member Durham?
No, I'm not at this time. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Lanahan. So I think we're equally hungry. It's 12 noon. Is 40 minutes sufficient for everybody? Or if it's not, would you please say so?
Do we reconnect for the executive session?
Yeah, I think we should call into executive session right now so that when we come back, we are in exec session. And Ms. Maramba needs to tell us whether we have to change anything.
Yep. We do not need to change anything. Since this is being live streamed out, we will just cut the live stream and continue in the same meeting space for the meeting, for the executive session.
Okay.
Thank you.
So shall we go ahead and go into exec session, have a 40-minute lunch or 45 minutes, come back at 1:45? Does that sound reasonable, colleagues?
Yes.
All right, I would entertain a motion, please. Oh, wait a minute. Ms. Maramba, you need to notice.
Yes. Okay. An executive session has been noticed for today's state board meeting in conformance with 24-6-4023A CRS to receive legal advice on specific legal questions pursuant to 24-6-4023A2 CRS and matters required to be kept confidential by federal law or rules or state statutes pursuant to 24-6-4023A3 CRS.
It's a proper. Thank you. Do I have a motion?
I'd move for an executive session.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Anyone opposed?
Second.
All right, no one's opposed. Motion passes. So I will see you all at 12:45, and then we will go back on live, we hope, at 1 o'clock. Does that sound right, Ms. Maramba?
15 minutes for executive session?
No, 45. Oops, wait a minute.
Yep. I think we're running, I think we're running a little ahead. So let's say 1:30.
1:30. I apologize. I misread this.
So take 40, excuse me. So take 40 minutes for lunch and then come back, correct?
Yes, please. Correct.
Thank
So be
you.
back at 12:45.
Very good. Thank you very
We'll
much.
be back online, we hope, at 1:30, assuming we have completed our exec session issues.
Correct.
Thank you
Great.
all.
Thank you.
Bon appetit.
Leave this open.
Yeah, should we leave it open?
Yeah, just
You can leave it open or you can exit and come back in, whatever you'd prefer.
I'll just leave it open if it's all right.
Okay, we're gonna mute everyone, and then so you don't have to worry about that.
That sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. live stream.
Anybody need a break real fast? Let me know.
Okay. So it's now 1:38 on May 13th, 2020, and we are back on the regular board meeting record. Madam Chair, we are live now.
Thank you. So the next item is to address the items that were taken off the consent agenda. Board Member Durham, do you have a motion, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to approve the consent agenda as printed in the, where are we printing it?
In the ether.
Yeah. As printed, including items 5.01 to 5.32.
Is that a proper motion, Ms. Maramba?
That will work, yeah.
Okay. Do I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. Do you want to call the roll, please, Ms. Maramba?
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Flores.
Are you calling me?
Yes, Board Member Flores, do you vote to pass the consent agenda?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Board Member Goff.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle. Board Member Shuffle. She might be absent still.
She might be absent.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
That passes 6-0.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is the Town of Windsor's exception to the administrative law judge's initial decision in the Town of Windsor versus Colorado Early College's site planning dispute. Council provided us a memo on the matter in our board materials. Mrs. Zerling, can you provide us with a real brief overview on the matter prior to our voting?
Yes, thank you. So this matter arises under Colorado's School Site Planning Statute, Section 2232-124. The Town of Windsor filed a petition for hearing before the State Board, and the Board referred the case to the Office of Administrative Courts for an evidentiary hearing. The hearing took place and the ALJ issued an initial decision. The Town of Windsor filed exceptions in response to the initial decision, and that's why we're here today, for the Board to address those exceptions. The parties have briefed the exceptions. The Board has reviewed the exceptions, the parties' briefs, and our board memo. So now you may deliberate and make a motion to rule on the exceptions when you're ready.
Thank you. Do I have a motion, please? Board Member Rankin.
I move to approve.
Grant.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I move to grant Windsor versus Colorado Early Colleges. I'm sorry, and expand parts B and C in the amicus. No?
Nope. We are on item Town of Windsor versus Early. I have chocolate in my mouth, sorry.
Early colleges, yeah. Colorado Early Colleges, yes.
There's a motion. I move to grant the town's request for a finding.
Oh,
of
okay.
fact.
Is that written down?
I thought you said you had the whole list of
I
motions.
did, but I must have an earlier one. I don't have that one on there.
Okay. Anybody else?
Oh, I'm sorry. I could go into board docs and find it.
Board Member Goff, do you have a motion? Can I make the motion?
Okay, I will give it a try.
Okay.
I move to grant the town's request for a finding of fact that construction of the lane is feasible and to otherwise deny the exceptions.
Thank you. That's a proper motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank
This
you.
is Val Flores.
All right. Further discussion? Board Member Durham, did you have some concerns? Anyone else have comments, or are we ready to vote? Looks like we're losing people.
Oh, yeah.
Madam Chair, would you like me to call the roll?
I think so. Yep.
Okay. Board Member Durham.
MIA.
Absent. Board Member Flores.
Yes.
Board Member Goff.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle. Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I did say yes, I just happened to be on mute.
Okay, Board Member Durham is accounted for. That is 6-0.
Thank you. So the second part of this, I need 2 volunteer board members to work with our council regarding the written board order for the town of Windsor dispute. Do I have volunteers? Board Member Rankin? Anybody else? Thank you, Board Member Goff. Okay, so let's see the motion. I need a motion then to designate. Board Member Goff, do you want to do that? I move to designate yourself and Board Member Rankin the responsibility to work with our council on a written order reflecting our findings. Got it?
Sure. I move to designate board members Rankin and Goff to work with our council on the
written order
requesting a finding of fact
based on our discussion. I think that's a proper motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any objection? That passes unanimously. How are we doing, kids? Next item on the agenda is an information item outlining the suggested changes to the accountability procedures. Commissioner, is staff prepared to provide an overview, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I believe I'm turning this over to Lindsay Jekyll and Julie Woods.
Yep. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. We're happy to be joining you virtually this afternoon to go over proposed changes for our accountability clock procedures. So while we know there's an accountability pause for the coming school year, we wanted to build on our recent experience to improve the accountability clock hearing process and make it more efficient for the department, for districts, and for the board. As a reminder, we had 4 year 5 first-time hearings and 2 rehearings this past school year, which really feels like a long time ago. But over the past few weeks, we've met with some of you individually to capture your feedback on the process and our proposed procedural changes while it's all fresh on our minds. And we've captured some of the procedural changes in the documents you have in board docs. So what we're presenting today is informational only, and I'm going to turn it over to Julie Woods to talk about the overview of the proposed procedure changes.
Great, thanks, Lindsay. Madam Chair, members of the board, in your packets, you have a memo that summarizes the changes we're proposing along with red line and clean copies of the procedures. So there are 2 sets of procedures for accountability clock hearings. You have a clean and a red line of each. One of them outlines the procedures for year 5 first-time hearings and subsequent rehearings, and then the other outlines the procedures for those early action hearings, which allow the district to propose an improvement pathway for the board to either approve or reject before the school or district reaches year 5. So I'm going to take a minute just to summarize the proposed changes and then walk through the changes in that main procedures document. As a reminder, this is only an information item today. We're anticipating a vote in June. So overall, based on your feedback, we're proposing to make the following changes to the procedures. We'll add a public comment period for all Year 5 and early action hearings. We'll require districts then to publicly share a brief summary of their pathway proposal to help inform that public comment period. We'll adjust deadlines for school and district submissions of that pathway proposal and reduce the time provided for CDE and district presentations. It's from 30 minutes to 20 minutes. And then for those early action procedures, we'd like to require a letter of intent to the state board from any district that's interested in pursuing early action. So with those summaries in mind, Lindsay's going to share the procedures document on the screen so that we can highlight some of those specific changes for you. Great.
So this is not the early action, this is the other one, right?
Correct, yes. So I also want to make a note that we did take this opportunity to clarify some of the language for readability and to clarify terms, but just for ease of your viewing, you're not going to see all of those minor edits in this particular document. And then additionally, the changes proposed here in the hearings and rehearings procedures are similar to those in the early action procedures. So I'm just going to walk through this document, and then if you have specific questions about either, we're happy to talk through those. So the first changes we're proposing begin on page 4. In this section, we added a public comment period for those first-time hearings. If you'll recall, previously only rehearings were required to have that written public comment. So we're proposing to open the public comment period 30 days prior to the hearing, which is what we're currently doing for rehearings, and then closing it 4 days rather than 2 days prior to the hearing, which allows staff a little more time just to translate and compile and analyze those comments prior to the hearing. The second proposed change begins on page 5. We're proposing to move the district's proposal due date from 30 days prior to the hearing to 2 weeks prior to the hearing to give districts the maximum amount of time to develop really thorough proposals while still giving the department an opportunity to assess those proposals against our rubric. So to do this and accommodate public comment, we're suggesting that we also add a brief summary of the proposed pathway that could be used to inform public comment. The public will still have access to that final full proposal in addition to this summary before the public comment period closes. And then lastly, the final proposed change is on the bottom of page 5. We're proposing to reduce the length of both the department and the district's presentations from 30 minutes down to 20 minutes each, while having an option to request additional time if that's needed. And then the subsequent red line additions throughout this document clarify some language, including replacing the term written determination with written order. And then the proposed changes that I just went through are repeated for districts, for first-time hearings and for rehearing procedures, so that this process is consistent throughout for all of these hearings. The early action document then also contains very similar changes for consistency, but it also includes what I mentioned before, this addition of a letter of intent to the state board for districts interested in pursuing early action. Currently, there aren't timelines or formal procedures to encourage schools or districts to notify us of their intent to pursue early action. So we think a letter of intent would better help us manage both the board's and the department's time and resources. So that summarizes the changes in the proposed documents. We just want to acknowledge how much we appreciate the thoughtful feedback we received on timing and content and of the hearings from the board, and also from Angela in the State Board office and from the AG's office. Some of the feedback we received deals with things outside of these procedures, so we are also looking forward to incorporating your feedback in other aspects of the materials and how this process moves forward. So we are happy to take questions about those proposals and changes if that would be helpful.
Okay, let me just ask one, please, and then I'll go down the line. And that is, I have forgotten how the state review panel is involved here. When we have the accountability hearings, is there a certain date by which they need to have completed their work prior to all these rules? And then for early action, is there a state review panel? I've just completely forgotten how that fits into the schedule. Bless you, Commissioner.
So there is a state review panel visit typically for early action. I don't believe that there are requirements for the timing of the state review panel visit for hearings, but we do incorporate that into the process at the very early stages so that we can have that information to work with as soon as possible.
Right, that's the first recommendation from outside of the district that we see, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay.
The early action hearing procedures say 30 days prior to the hearing, and we are working internally to line up those systems to make sure that you have that recommendation 30 days prior to the hearing. So you would have that before the district's one.
Right. So if you have a 45-day notice that you're going to go for early action, then that would initiate sending out a state review panel. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a reason for a state review panel to go out, right? Sort of. To give you an example, some of the schools in year 4 this year, in a normal year, would be anticipating a hearing next year. They had their state review panel visit this spring. So they have already had that. At their request? It has to happen in year 4, but there have been times where we give them flexibility between the spring and the fall. Okay. And we do offer they could opt in year 3 for a state review panel visit as well. And we have had districts take advantage of that. Okay, great. Thank you. Board Member Rankin, do you have questions or comments about these proposed changes?
No, these are actual rule changes, not temporary fixes, I'm assuming.
Could you say that again?
They're permanent rule changes, not temporary fixings. We're not fixing anything temporarily because of what's going on.
No, not at all. This relates to the work that we just completed. It has nothing to do with the COVID issues, other than the fact that other than early action, we won't be doing any of these reviews this coming year because of the timeout on the assessment.
Yes.
But it is possible that we would have a district or a school coming for early action. So it's a good time. Plus it's supposedly fresh in our memory. It's completely escaped my memory.
It's been a long time.
But anyway.
Yeah.
All right. Board Member Flores, do you have any questions or comments about this?
No, I don't.
Thank you. Board Member Goff.
I just want to say thank you to our staff. And I don't know how to use this word so much anymore, but I enjoyed our conversation, and I appreciated the fact that you are good mind readers anyway, but you had perceived ahead of time what kinds of things we might be bringing up. I'm particularly appreciative now of what appears to me to be a good organization, facilitation of the materials. I got real concerned about what felt to be a real scattered, randomized bunch of stuff that we were getting off and on throughout this. So I appreciate a little bit clearer, simplified, if you will, timelines and that part of it. And also just good clarification about what the board's options are for requesting information, again, making that a little bit clearer according to a timeline that makes sense for everybody. So thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Board Member Goff. Board Member Sheffel, are you back?
No, I'm back. Yeah, thank you. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member McClellan.
No more questions from me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Board Member Durham.
Just a quick, how long, we're reducing the time from 30 to 20 minutes. I just don't remember how long the average presentation was. Was it less than that, or did somebody think that was too long at 30 minutes? Where'd that come from?
Board Member Durham, typically the presentations over the past 6 hearings were shorter than 30 minutes. So we want to maintain the option to give folks more time. If they need it, they can request it, but shortening to 20, I think, will save the board's time, as well as help prevent districts from feeling like they have to fill all 30 minutes every time.
May I just say something? This is Val Flores, Madam Chair.
Just a minute. One moment. Are you finished, Mr. Durham?
I'll have a few comments after Dr. Flores.
Okay. Go ahead, Dr. Flores.
Well, I really agree that 20 minutes is kind of short. And I said this to the group, and I said 30 minutes, and I just don't want them to think that they're asking for special favors or anything. So 30 minutes, and when talking with a district or with a school, or with anybody that's coming before us, they shouldn't be hurried, and they should know that they have 30 minutes. And if they need less, I think it should be on us to say you can have a shorter time, but you have 30 minutes. And I've seen where they're hurrying, and I just think that 30 minutes is what they should have. I mean, it's been working. And they tell us if they're finished. So I think we should leave it at 30 minutes and not make them feel that they're asking for a favor if it's shorter. I mean, to ask for more time than 20 minutes. Because most people, I do remember, take those 30 minutes.
Thank you, Board Member Flores.
Thank
Board
you.
Member Durham, do you want to go back? Do you want to go back to that thought?
I agree with Dr. Flores. I think 20 minutes, putting it in rule, is too short. If it's helpful, you could always say you have a maximum of 30 minutes. If you want to take less, the board appreciates it. I think would be a preferable option. I did not participate in any of the staff reviews of this, and I apologize for the lack of time. So this is the first time I've had a chance to comment on it. But I just don't see any point in changing that part of the rule. I think the rest of it is really designed based on your experience, and correct me if I'm wrong, but that your experience in terms of the time things should be filed, what's an adequate amount of time to review for the public comment. I presume that's based on experience, and that the changes there really reflect practice or preference. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so that's I would go to the 30 minutes, but other than that, I don't have any problems with it.
Thank you.
So what if we said up to 30 minutes? I mean, unfortunately, I think a number of the districts, when they've come to us, have felt obligated to basically repeat stuff that we've already read in order to fill up the 30 minutes, as opposed to focusing on what's critical in their minds. And then if they need more time, it wouldn't embarrass me to need more time, as opposed to feeling like I've got it. I mean, these things are rehearsed, they're planned, they're rehearsed, they're timed so that they're exactly 30 minutes. The feedback is, do we really need the 30 minutes that I've heard?
Madam Chair, this is Val Flores.
Just one moment, please. Yes, I hear you. Just a moment, please. Julie, do you want to chime in on that? Is that the same thing you've heard also?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Yes, I think we have districts are very rehearsed and can fit within whatever time limit we give them. We do advise them to, that they do not need to fill the full 30 minutes, and we would do the same with the 20 minutes.
Yeah, I think that flipping some of the language to emphasize up to 30 minutes instead of saying like you will have 30 minutes may help districts feel like, okay, we can have up to that time, but not limit them unnecessarily if they don't have to. But I think when they read it, they think, oh, we have to do 30 minutes. So if we add that language, like up to 30 minutes, that could help them know you don't present what you need to present within the time you need to present.
I agree. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's
Thank you, Board Member Flores.
Yeah.
Is that a good compromise, Steve?
Sure, I think that's fine. I think these can be very important events or items that we consider. And I don't know, I really don't know what the appropriate amount of time is. So I really hate to be limiting. You have to set some limit, but I do think that once the timer goes on, everybody's constrained, and one would hope if they need more time in their presentation, we ought to give it to them. If they need less.
I think we have. I think we always have. And I don't imagine us changing that part.
That's good policy. I think just I guess the reason I question this change is that it seems to have worked well. I haven't felt like anybody's filibustered. So
I agree.
Well, I would add that in the past, there were occasions when it seemed that either the presenters, the district, or members of the board were frustrated by a time limit on that, because we had, in the early days, recently I think we've done great, but we haven't stuck to a pretty strict guideline for ourselves about not interrupting during presenting time. And if the districts were assured that they had 20 minutes of no interruption, which possibly and most likely will add a few extra minutes at the later for our questions and further conversation, so that things that they may have felt they would like to have spent more time on could be covered at another time, and we could pick up on that. But I would say that just good practices of behavior. But I just want to say that the original proposal of limiting it to 20 minutes to me is not out of bounds, as long as either side who has 20 minutes is guaranteed they've got the full 20 minutes.
No, but I think that what we had before worked, and if they just don't take those 30 minutes, I mean, I think the wording that the Attorney General suggested was a good point, or whomever. I'm sorry, I can't see people. But up to 30 minutes. You have up to 30 minutes. would be appropriate.
Yeah. And I think Board Member Goff, just that emphasizing that is your presentation time as a part of the procedures, because the procedures do help districts understand sort of the format of the hearing of this is the uninterrupted presentation time, and then there's the question and answer. So this does help guide them and like, how long will this be? But knowing that you have been accommodating when things have run long and have needed more questions, and that we wouldn't want to cut off a district as they're sharing some important information or answering questions as well.
So, Angela, I just got knocked out again for a period of time. Do any of the rest of you get knocked out?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're having issues with that, and I'm not quite sure. There's some Microsoft updates happening. So if some of you, I don't know if your screens are now showing 9 people. Yep. Mine is now. So yep. I'm not sure if that has something to do with it, but we'll definitely work on this for the next time.
Okay. So I kind of missed the conversation. It was the middle of Jane's discussion, but I think it was about the 20-30 minute. Did we compromise to changing it to no up to or something to that effect?
Up to.
And is everybody
up to?
Is everybody comfortable with that change?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. So we're not voting. Anything else? It's nice to see more people.
The good news is now we can see everybody.
I can't see. I'm still at 4. So.
Oh, really? Okay. If you go out and came back in, it would probably be updated, but probably not worth it.
So they're updating it while we're working on it?
I think so.
Boo.
I was kicked out with you.
Okay, then I won't take it. Is this the second time or the first time?
This is the 3rd time I've been kicked out.
Okay, so you're even ahead of me.
Yeah.
Hi, Carol.
Madam Chair, I think Board Member Rankin has a question.
Where are you? There you are. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I just have a question about next month. Am I too early to ask this? I was wondering if we could meet in person instead of online. And the reason I'm asking this is because JBC is, and supposedly on the 25th, the legislature may come back. But when it's a smaller group and you're sitting apart, which we could easily do in our room if we sat down on the floor with the tables, I think it's much preferred than what we're going through.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, it is for some and it's not for others, so we'll work on that. Right now, I don't plan to go out anywhere. I'm not leaving my house.
Oh, well, yeah, okay. You're right. Some could and some couldn't. I mean,
yeah, you could call in.
I will agree that it would be nice if we could all get together, but I think this, from my point of view, it's workable. And so I don't have any intention right now of changing that.
Well, and maybe it can be whatever's best for the individual. I guess I'd love to be able to come in, but not everybody should or can. So we could just at least have flex.
We'll see.
Well, and I think it depends on what is on the agenda. For today, it worked pretty well. I think when you have an actual hearing, I really think it's preferable to have the parties in the room.
Yeah.
Hey, our Supreme Court is doing it remotely. They're doing fine.
Yeah, but
we even have a judge who's now asking questions, who's never asked questions.
I can definitely look into all options for us and weigh it all in with the board leadership for next month.
May I just say something?
I'd like to stick with the state requests, state recommendations.
May I just say something?
Sure, Board Member Flores.
Well, I mean, everybody got a computer. And I had Busy's old computer that, doesn't really work and I can't get on. So maybe I could get a computer where I could be seen and it works.
I think that can probably be addressed. We'll see if there's some extra computers. I'll let Angela and Carol work on that, if you don't mind, guys.
I mean, but I prefer if we met. I think that
I
If
hear
we
you.
could-
I hear you. I hear you.
Okay.
We are being asked for 65 or older to stay put. And right now, that is still the request at the state level. And that
Even in
applies to
June?
enough of us. I don't know. I don't know. In any case, I'm not leaving. Anything else, colleagues? Thank you for the input. I appreciate it. So meeting is adjourned until June 10th.